Good morning. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
So let's call the meeting to order, if we could. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Not seeing any. Confirmation of the minutes, moved by Councillor Campbell, All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We can go through the agenda if you wish quickly, see what we can dispose of. Item number 1, we're holding for speakers. Item number 2, there's also speakers on. Item number 3, there's speakers as well. Item number 4, the Echo Roof Program. There is a speaker on that as well. Item number 5. There is a speaker on that as well. Growing Up, Planning for Children in New Vertical Communities. Study update. Item number 6, response to provincial consultation on reforming the Ontario Municipal Board. This report just came out this morning. It should not have come out this morning because I was told to be out earlier at the briefing. I don't believe that this committee can properly deal with this today. I find it disappointing that the public really can't respond to it, but I have no speakers. My recommendation is we send this to council without recommendation, as we're unable to deal with the matter here today and deal with it at council. Is that all right with my members? I will so move that.
Just, I don't disagree with that necessarily, but would we, if we were to deal with this at committee, at the next committee, first of all, the question is to staff, how timely is
Then
it?
I'll hold it down for you.
Hold it down.
We can't
I've
deal
got a
with it.
couple of questions.
We can't deal with it at the next meeting. The problem is we can't effectively deal with it at this meeting, so I can hold it for later on in the meeting.
Okay.
But I will not, on behalf of all you, accept anything, and Madam Chief Planner, I will not accept on the agenda any item that is not completed for the date that is required to be delivered to the staff for agenda circulation, unless it is of an immediate or emergency situation, because this is not acceptable to expect that a committee of the City of Toronto Council could deal with a matter like this without the ability to read the report. It's wrong and should not be here. We have deadlines that everyone has to meet. They weren't met, and that is a serious problem that we're having because it's not acceptable, and it's 2 items that came to us that way with the reports. The other one was a KPI, both of which I was told at the briefing would be available shortly after the briefing, and they weren't. So I will hold this down till later, and we can look at it if you have some particular questions. But I don't know how we could effectively deal with it today, and I'm giving notice that I won't accept onto the agenda any item that's there if it's not complete. Item number 8, transparency for Section 37 funds. Did I miss 7? Oh, form of completed applications to the Committee of Adjustment. This is a motion by Councillor Holland. Staff have assisted me with a motion for this, to refer this to the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning with a request that she report back to the January 11th, 2017 Planning and Growth Committee meeting on e-service delivery for the Committee of Adjustment, including information on complaints received by digital submissions requirement that commenced in June 2016.
Hold this down.
Okay, you want to deal with it before we get the report?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I was looking to bring it back in January.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
That's what the motion is.
Okay.
And then we'll get a notice that there are complaints and what they are.
That's fine.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 8, transparency for Section 37 funds. I have a motion for that. Item be referred to the Chief Planning Executive Director of City Planning for inclusion as part of the legislated annual financial statement relating to Section 37 of the Planning Act Reserve Fund account.
Chair, can we hold that?
Yes?
I have some questions.
Sure, if you wish. Item number 9 is a report request that I put onto the committee regarding parking standards. I can just move that, and we'll get the information back to our committee. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that is our agenda. So, shall we go back to item number 1? We have some speakers. Pat McKendry. Is Pat here? I'm looking for Pat McKendry on the speakers list. Not seeing. I have a John Bossons. Is Mr. Bossons here? Welcome, Mr. Bossons.
Councillor Shiner, number 9 is the speaker, and the speaker's here. I'm gonna have to go back and just reopen it.
I do now, Mr. Bossons. So for you and for other people that are speaking here today, you have 5 minutes. I'll start the clock. At the end of it, we ask that you, before that, conclude. If there are questions of committee members, we will ask them of you. If not, we'll go on to the next speaker.
Good, thank you.
We're listening to you.
Good.
You should sit
Now showing up in this.
there. We're here.
Okay, sir. Councillor Shiner, members, my name is John Bossons. I'm an emeritus professor of economics at the University of Toronto and am appearing here on behalf of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. We want to comment on this because there's really some crucial issues here. The first of all, I'd like to just put forth a couple of principles. The first is that persons, individuals, corporations, developers, whoever, who are creating costs that are borne by the city and therefore potentially by city taxpayers should pay for them. In other words, it should be the people that create the costs that should pay for the costs. They should not be borne where they're created by somebody outside the system, should not be borne by city taxpayers. The major problem for planning application review fees is really that the planning department is understaffed, is swamped by development applications, and the result is inadequate resources available for planning. The city official plan, it's outdated. Development in the central area, Midtown, from downtown through North Eglinton is beyond the capacity of the transportation system. It's beyond the capacity of city sewer and water infrastructure. It's potentially imposing major costs to upgrade both transportation and infrastructure. So, you know, it's very important that we update the city plan and put it in a form where it is capable of informing and limiting appeals to the Ontario Municipal Board. The fact that the city planning department has not created the secondary plans that were expected in the last revision of the city's official plan just encourages OMB appeals. Planning is too important to be just shoved to the side in order to handle a flood of development applications. Okay, turning to application review fees. They should pay for the direct costs of handling applications. That's the subject of the report in front of you from city staff, but they should also pay for the costs of formulating city plans to handle new development. It's imperative in this respect that additional funds resulting from increases in application fees be allocated to funding proactive planning to handle Toronto's future development. Key point here is city planning is understaffed, it's not doing its planning job, and that's because the city has not been provided the resources. City should pay for those resource requirements through application fees, And the proceeds from those fees should be channeled to city planning so that city planning can really do its job. The cost of OMB appeals. This is another major issue for the city. OMB appeals impose, particularly for large complex developments, impose major costs on the city legal and planning departments. Part of the problem of handling OMB appeals is that developers are able to fund expensive, competent planning advice, which of course is used to justify their developments. The city finds it hard to provide the resources to compete with developers' resources. The city should charge fees to cover the costs to the city of handling OMB appeals. In order to do so, it should seek the authority to levy such fees as part of the current provincial OMB review. Turning to minor variance costs, we just want to make a point here that these costs, we believe, are substantially more, particularly if you include the potentially required planning review that should be provided, and in many cases is not, should be provided. Those should be paid for by application fees.
I need you to sum up, sir.
Right, okay. City should increase, not decrease those charges. And similarly, with respect to development charges, the city should review and increase development charges for large developments. I realize that's not before you today, but we just want to make that point as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bossens, are there any questions? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. Are you satisfied with the recommendations from the staff in the report as it's written right now?
No, because I think that they do not go far enough in charging for the indirect costs associated with handling applications, and in particular do not provide sufficient additional funds for proactive planning.
Are there other jurisdictions and cities that you can share examples of that actually capture fees through development charges or perhaps through the fee applications that allow the city to do more proactive planning and offset by those fees?
You mean other than the application fees themselves?
Yes.
Not really, no.
Would it be accurate to say that the city would be sort of stepping into new terrain if we were to set this precedent with respect to capturing new revenues to offset the proactive planning?
Yes. And what I'm saying is that if provincial authority is required for that, you should seek that authority.
Great.
In other words, all costs should be covered, not just the direct costs of handling the individual application, but the indirect costs that are associated with handling all applications of that type.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
As an economist, you would know that the higher the fees charged, the more likely they will be passed on to the end consumer. Would you not agree? And
Sure.
do you not see that as and does that sit well with you?
Councillor Campbell, those are costs. They have to be borne by somebody. They ought to be borne by the developer that creates those costs. I mean, that's, if you like, an equity principle. In terms of the economic impact, yes, but there's many issues that go into the cost of housing and providing the services that are required. If the city is not planning to handle the park requirements, infrastructure requirements, social service requirements, and transportation requirements, those are costs as well. If the city is unable to handle growth, then over the long term, growth is going to be reduced. We are facing a population influx into the Greater Toronto Area that's been steady over the last 4 decades, 100,000 approximately a year. We don't plan to handle that costs. The indirect costs to those new individuals are going to go up. They're not going to be able to find places. They're not going to be able to get to them. The water and sewer requirements are not going to be satisfied. You know, we have to handle those costs, and that has to be viewed as part of the cost of new housing and new commercial development.
I believe in the report it said that we were more than reasonable in terms of our current level of cost. Do you foresee it as being problematic if we were to be at the top end relative to our neighbors in the surrounding municipalities?
No, I do not.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Karen Buck. Is Karen here? Welcome, Karen.
Thank you.
You've been here
Morning.
before.
So I'm here to ask if the city's mandatory downspout disconnection requirement is actually included in the review of development applications, and I guess the costs are important too. I am concerned that in particular, effective downspout disconnection is not being implemented in new residential that has been permitted by the city. A walk through a Toronto neighborhood in 2015 revealed that disconnected roof leader downspouts in recently built residential housing were directing stormwater into residential street catch basins, onto impervious areas, and next to building foundations. I was surprised that the development application process did not appear to be requiring responsible and effective disconnection and infiltration with regard to the city's bylaw. In 2010, Toronto City Council approved a bylaw making downspout disconnection mandatory citywide. The bylaw has been implemented in 3 phases. The bylaw is applicable to all buildings, including industrial, institutional, and commercial locations, and as of December 3rd of this year, all areas of the city are required to disconnect, if feasible. It was assumed that the roof disconnection might not be achieved on average for maybe about 25% of the city's buildings. The development application review, to get back to that process, and applicable fees should definitely be applied to the review of downspout disconnection to ensure its effectiveness at infiltrating stormwater and keeping it out of the city's stormwater sewer systems. The development application review process and applicable fees should require corrective actions when the development application review shows downspout disconnection plans to be deficient in any way or not compliant with the Toronto Green standards. The development application review is the time to ensure that all applications have achieved effective downspout disconnections, if feasible, prior to the issuance of a building permit and not destroying sort of good implementation at the lot level. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I didn't stop you then, but the issue of whether or not the downspouts are actually disconnected is one that would be a matter with Public Works, who has jurisdiction over that. It's not part of the review process itself.
Well, Toronto Water
do-
actually was listed in as a reviewing agency.
They are.
And actually, why would you issue a
The
permit?
issue that's in front of us is the fees for the development review.
Right, but,
I'm not having a debate with you.
Okay.
I'm saying if you'd like to see the city take action on that,
I
those
would.
motions would have to come through the Public Works Committee,
Okay.
which I believe you've also attended, and you know that, and that's just my suggestion to you, to bring it to the attention there so they can make sure that the concerns that you have are properly addressed.
right,
The
because,
item in front of us doesn't permit us to move such a motion.
okay.
But thank you
I
very much.
just
for
wanted to bring that to your attention
I appreciate that.
so that the review process does get better and there's better control before things are permitted.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I'll call one more time Pat McKendry, because Pat was on the list but isn't here. I only had the 3 deputants on it. There's an unfamiliar face here. Sorry, I don't know if you can speak. Was he on the list?
I wasn't positive I was going to be here. I was on when it was an exec, and then
Sorry, your name is?
Adam Brown.
Oh, okay. Are you familiar with our procedures here?
I think I am,
Did you wish to speak?
if I may.
You'll have to register with the clerk after.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of council and city staff. It's funny, yesterday night I got a call from the press who loves to do these reports, and I normally never really give a comment to the press because sometimes it's not exactly verbatim what you say. So I thought, because of that, I wanted to come today and give the comments that I gave yesterday in a bit of a more fulsome way. So the comment is as follows, and I'm hearing everyone's comment about, is this comparable to other municipalities in terms of application fees, and what's the issue, and what do we try to address? And as someone who's been in the industry, as people keep reminding me, almost 30 years, the one thing the city is doing better than they've ever done is the public consultation process. There's been a new process where many of the councillors have invoked taking staff to evening meetings and doing these roundtables. And at the roundtables, what happens is you're going to need about 6 of your staff members at times to meet with urban design at one table, planning at another table, traffic at another table, engineering at another table, all the issues that people want to talk about on a one-on-one basis rather than in a public hearing where you're standing in front of the room and you're not really getting input from everyone. And that's a great process. And the downside of that process is your staff are out sometimes 3, 4, 5 nights a week at various different times of the year dealing with the application process. But if the public is better engaged and your staff are able to do what they're doing, the comments about appeals and the comments about a more cooperative process and the comments about mitigating the city's risks of those appeals is addressed. It's addressed because when the public's informed and when the public's involved, the process is a better process. For the applicant, if the applicant can get through the process more quickly, it's a better process. So the application fees, while you'll hear much of the industry say you can't just increase the fees across all applications, and you need to look at the applications and what's needed for these applications. You have one major issue in the city, which is you don't have enough frontline planning staff. You don't have enough staff to deal with the new process of public consultation, which is a good one. You don't have enough city planners to be on the front line to have the negotiations with applicants and their teams, because the more meetings you have, the better it is in terms of getting a resolution, and there's obviously a back and forth. You don't have enough in your city legal department, which doesn't seem to have grown in many years, to deal with applications. And I can tell you, as someone who deals with the city on a day-to-day basis, while applicants want speed in their application process, your staff work overtime constantly, continuously, and even working overtime and responding, 6, 7, 8 at night, responding on holidays, responding on weekends, doesn't get it done because there are more applications in the city. It's not a bad thing that there's more application. The growth has been occurring in the city for a long time, and it accommodates residential needs for the City of Toronto. But we need more staff in the city to address many of the issues that everyone's raised. So the application fee is but one issue that I think you need to address, and it has to be looked at on a global scale in terms of improving the level of service by providing more staff. You have less staff, in my estimation, for more applications, more complicated applications that are being dealt with throughout the City of Toronto. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I met the timeline.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I think that might be the first time that planning staff liked what you had to say. So I just want to understand from, from an applicant's point of view, and you represent a lot of applicants, are you finding that the resource constraints you talked about makes it more difficult for an applicant to get to yes?
Yes.
Yeah? And as a result of not being able to get to yes, I'm going to be asking staff later, maybe on the next item on this, I don't know. Do you observe us winding up at the board more often?
So the answer is, I've personally, over the last number of years, been able to avoid it, and, you know, I'm literally, and many of the staff will laugh because I'll call them begging them to meet with us so we can resolve it, and I'll call many of the councillors begging to meet to try and resolve it and not go to a hearing. But I can tell you, I get comments now all the time saying, well, your willingness to go through a 3-year process, you're behind the times because other people who appeal after 180 days are getting there more quickly. And that's not the message you want to send to the industry. And so, you know, if I can say it, the clients who are willing to work with council, staff, and the community and go through the process, it shouldn't take more than a year to a year and a half to get through the process at most 2. It shouldn't take more. And it's taking more time despite the fact that the materials you're submitting are more comprehensive now with the complete application requirements. So it is sending that message, unfortunately.
And, you know, not saying anything about your practice.
Yeah.
But, so there, if I heard, one of the things I heard you comment on, and I want to make sure I'm correct, there's a growing sense among some in the industry that because these timelines don't get met, or it's harder to get there, to just throw it all away and just apply after the 180 days.
And the reason is, so you get a date at the board, so now city staff are taking off processing applications that they'd like to meet on the front line, if I can put it that way, because they've got to deal with whatever they're going to try and resolve that's going to the board. So I get it. I understand why they have to do that, because they now have a fixed deadline. So, you know, and the answer is, if there's more staff to deal with the applications and process them, you know, I keep calling it the front line, then hopefully you have those discussions and you avoid not getting the response time you need. I mean, you know, just, you're asking me. Staff spend a lot of time doing preliminary evaluation reports. Those reports give you information. They do not give you direction. They simply give you information, and you go and have a public information meeting. I've been in the business long enough that we used to not do that. And the evaluation reports take time. It takes time on your agendas. You're always having public information meetings. So my question is why? You know, like, if you're short on staff, take away some of the things that they're doing now that they ought not to do. They don't need to spend their time doing preliminary evaluation reports to say, here's an application and here's what it's about. That happens at the public information meeting, which again, you guys have been invoking a better process in many areas. That's where the information gets out there.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, questions?
Thank you. With respect to the comment about the preliminary reports and an outline of sort of general concerns that staff would have regarding any application, I've now, like you, attended a number of community consultation meetings, and I would say that from meeting to meeting, applicants have varying ways of presenting information. Some of that information is incomplete. I've been to meetings where we don't have shadow studies, where the wind studies are not present. There isn't any real transportation report with respect to the consultation. So if you're suggesting that staff not do the preliminary report, is the industry ready to step up to standardize their presentations?
The answer is yes, and it's a really good.
What's stopping you to doing that now?
They should. So I agree with you. And if you want to simply put that standardized public consultation process forward with those materials required, one easy way is simply to say, at the public information meeting, we'd like you to address, I mean, the comments you made. We want you to have somebody to address wind, shadows, parking, traffic, urban design, planning, and whatever other specific issue. If it's asked for and directed to be done in a sort of codified way, do it once, and then you don't have to have preliminary reports on everything. Just simply say that that's what has to be done. So I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, sorry, on the preliminary reports, however, you're suggesting that we not do them?
I am.
I didn't text you anything.
No, I'm at committee over there waiting for an item, so that's why I ran in here and I'm going back.
Because in the less complicated applications, but ones that are out through the rest of the city, often residents come to that first meeting where we aren't doing the workshops, and they can see the list of items that have been identified by staff that have to be reviewed, so they understand that we will be looking at them. Plus, that's a public record of what we'll be looking at. Otherwise, what are they going to see online with the application?
I think that without doing a full preliminary evaluation report, there could be a summary report maybe that doesn't have to go to, They have to report to community council on those reports, so those are deadlines they have to meet. If they simply had to provide that evaluation that goes online for the community to go online and see them, the process could change, and you could say, okay, we're going to do a 2-page summary report that's for the public information meeting, because your staff do that anyways. They always, you go there and they do the process that they explain well, and they can put up the application statistics. They do that for the public information meeting. You're almost forcing them to do a full preliminary report for community council, and then they do something different for the community information meeting. You're causing them to do a lot of work that they don't need. They never used to do that. It never used to be a requirement.
Maybe they're doing it for the applications that you're attending, but I don't know if you're aware, they're not doing them for all of them with all the statistics because they're in the report.
Wow.
I'd like to ask you something else, however, because then it goes to the ability to meet with staff ahead of an application being in pre-consultation, because I find in many areas that's useful to have an applicant come in and talk to the staff and see what direction you're going in if you can come to common grounds. The city recently did that one through Build Toronto with the site that we sold on Richmond Street, where the potential purchaser met with the staff in the Toronto East York District, who were just phenomenal to work with. They worked through many of the issues in advance. They did not give an approval, but when the application was submitted, there was a great understanding from both parties as to what should be submitted, what would most likely get approved. At a timeline of less than a year, they were expecting from the time it was submitted to the time they get final approval. How helpful is that?
Huge.
And are you getting enough assistance on that, or is that some area that you could see improvement in?
It's a huge help, and it's not happening, not because staff don't want it to happen. They physically don't have the time. So there's many times staff will say, just file it. You'll meet originally, and then you might have revisions to go over, and just file it. And it's not because they're pushing it aside. They don't physically have the time. I mean, I always think of, I'm looking at the councillors around the table whose area I do work in, and I'm dealing with the same planner, and I'm just one person in the industry. I might have the same planner on 10 files in your area. Like everybody knows the areas where there's the most development occurring. So it's an issue. And yeah, pre-consultation, sitting down in a room and having discussions resolves things, period, end of story. And if you can't have those meetings and get meaningful input, and there's many times staff don't have the time to review the stuff you're sending them in advance until you're presenting it to them at that time, which is fine. So then they need another follow-up meeting. But if it takes 4 weeks to get the original meeting, another 6 weeks to get the other meeting, 10 weeks pass, you got a client saying, get it in, stop waiting.
So let me go to the next part. You finally get through the council process. You get a decision, if it's a positive decision. What's the timelines like after council approval? Because there's an awful lot of work that has to be done to get your final approval.
So
Are you finding that is sufficiently staffed, or are you finding some difficulties there?
No, I say this to city legal all the time. I could never operate with the number of applications they have that I have without, I have 2 assistants for each lawyer, I have 3 planners and 2 lawyers. They have none. So they're drafting their own agreements, they're revising their own agreements, they're understaffed. I've known the same city legal team for decades, and they're the same people, and there's not many new people, and I know they just got authority to hire a couple of new people, so you're going to have junior staff that, the applications are complicated. The Section 37 agreements, the subdivision agreements, are complicated. They don't even have a lot of administrative staff to type up agreements. So you have legal staff spending their time typing agreements, reporting out, preparing for hearings. I can tell you, I couldn't do it.
So then after that we go, because an application is very difficult to get into the ground. Do you work with your applicants for the time that they're trying to get their building permits?
The answer is I personally, unless I really have to get involved in some particular issue, I'm not a building permit expert. I mean, I understand the Building Code Act, and everyone says, you must understand the process. I do. And again, your building staff work around the clock to respond, and I see it.
So my question for you then is, because we're talking about fees today, how do we address that? Because more staff is more money. Do you do it on a one-fee basis, so it's more expensive than the general fee? Or do you provide some options within your fees, whether you see that if you want to go through a pre-consultation process, there's an additional fee for it? And I don't mean one meeting, but I mean a major review of it. Or the same thing if there's a fast track on your legal work. Because not all applications are as complex, and not all applications are that difficult.
I agree. So you could have a graduated level, and you could also say if you want a certain number of meetings, you might pay a higher fee. The problem with that is that would potentially work for building permits. You could pay an elevated fee to get your permit processed in a more expedited way. But the planning process, even on what I would call the simpler applications, sometimes get complicated. And some of the ones I've thought would be simple get complicated, and some of the ones I thought would be complicated are simple. Sometimes the bigger applications with more senior consultants that you get more senior staff reviewing can be more readily dealt with. So, and the other worry I have is that the public at large will say, really, we from this association aren't going to get the same attention because that applicant didn't pay that fee. So there has, you know, I don't mind it for the building permit process, but for the public process, the optics of a proper process is important. I mean, I've learned it over time. You know, you somehow mature over time and you realize sometimes it's the fact that people can get attention and have a say with those discussions. And I keep going back to that public process. This new public process that none of us ever thought of 20 and 30 years ago, it's better. People aren't yelling at you, standing up there making presentations. And as I always say, no one wants to see a lawyer make a presentation about a development. Everybody wants to hear an architect, an urban designer, a traffic consultant, an engineer, you know, wind studies, as Councillor Wong-Tam said, shadow studies. They want to sit down at a desk and review it. It works. It's a better process.
I have no further questions. I don't see anyone else with that. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Members of committee, we have the next item on the agenda is the city's planning performance metrics, but it in many ways rolls into this one. Would you like to deal with them both together? Because we have one speaker for that as well, and then we can have a staff presentation on the first item, and you can ask questions on both. So Councillor Wong-Tam will move that we deal with both items together. All in favor, opposed, carried. Then we have Mr. McGuire, because your presentation in many ways does, we're going to have Mr. McGuire do his speak first, and then we'll have staff do a presentation. Thank you, Karen. Because they do tend to roll together in what we're dealing with today.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Tim.
Tim McGuire, President of QP Local 79. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. I would rather have had professionals that do this work speaking to you this morning. Planners that care about community planning, planning in the public interest. And we talked to a number of our planners recently, as I'll show you, but they felt that coming here would do injury to their careers and their work. And that's unfortunate. I really respect the work that they do. Over the past 2 months, I've had a part-time rec worker sit beside me here, a part-time long-term care worker, who felt that they were comfortable enough, despite a power relationship with their employer, they could come here and speak publicly and be public about the services they provide. So this is different. I don't know why it's different. These people in planning do great work on behalf of the public. If something needs to be done at some point to ensure that they can feel comfortable being public, sitting with their union, doing so under those protections, I think that we should move in that direction. Moving to a lighter note, have you all seen Arrested Development, the TV show? It's a funny show. The house in the desert that falls apart, it doesn't fall apart because of the planning folks. It falls apart because the developer father didn't consult the planners. Anyways, it's a funny show. So we have been noticing for some time issues at planning in terms of being understaffed. It's not a new issue. I think about 5 years ago there was a spate of media reports around planning issues and being understaffed. And then earlier this year, when we were in bargaining under our Work to Rule campaign, one of the planners indicated to me, thank you for our Work to Rule campaign. I had my first weekend off in months. So some testimony to the impact of our organizing our members. That aside, after seeing amounts of studies delayed indefinitely in the division study work program update a few months ago, we began exploring the issue deeply with our members. We were troubled by what we heard, that the situation seemed to be getting worse. So we undertook a survey during October and early November of our members, and frankly, we're astounded by some of the results of that survey. 87% of city planners who responded report that they work overtime at least weekly. 44% work overtime daily, and about half of that rarely even get paid for the overtime. It's not accounted for. They just do above and beyond the call of duty without getting paid for it. It's a concern for us from a union perspective, but it should be a concern for you, for your staff, and being overworked. 92% of city planners don't think the division has enough staff to complete the work in a timely and satisfactory fashion. Of the 92% who said that there aren't enough staff to do the work, 2/3 believe the division's ability to oversee development and implement the city's planning needs has significantly decreased. Over 90% are concerned, with almost 2/3 being very concerned about how the city's direction to reduce city planning's budget, as other divisions are being directed, by 2.6% in the 2017 budget. They're very concerned about how this will affect their work and the services they provide. Beyond the importance of customer service and customer servants in the work they do is ensuring that the public interest and the community interest in planning is met. City planning is subject to, of course, as you know, legislative defined deadlines. Failure to meet those deadlines can have serious consequences. Our planners do all they can to meet the deadlines. They work through their breaks, they work through unpaid overtime, and leave important projects not dealt with to the degree that they would like them dealt with. In the long run, negative impact on health of our staff that are underwriting the work that needs to be done in development can be affected. So I'm going to give you a couple of quotes from our survey. A quote, "Right now, I'm not giving any of my projects or files sufficient attention because I am overwhelmed. And even still, I'm working overtime." End quote. Quote, "Toronto is experiencing unparalleled development pressures from tall buildings to transit planning. Without enough staff to properly do research, oversee developments, and provide good planning policies, we risk damaging the livability of the city." End quote. Quote, "Morale is bad. Most people are drowning in work and stressed out. Most people I talk to are trying to figure out how they can get away from planning. If we had more staff, we could actually do our jobs properly. People might even enjoy the work again." End quote. About a quarter also know that they're just too busy struggling to keep up with deadlines and day-to-day tasks to engage in long-term planning priorities such as community and secondary plans and design guidelines. We know our planners are passionate professionals attempting to look after community planning interests. They want to do great work, so we asked them what they would be able to do if they had more time. They said that spending more time on files would allow them to develop greater knowledge about area-specific issues and community concerns. They believe it would reduce errors, and that upfront investment in quality that would reduce workload down the line. A couple of quotes on this note. Quote, "Planning is place-based and requires planners to understand the context of planning areas, districts, and have relationships with other planning units, ABCs, community organizations, etc."
Tim, I got to get you to sum up.
All right. So I think you get the point. Our members are feeling stressed. They're feeling overworked. They don't feel that they can do the professional job that they want to be able to provide to the city in an era when we're having so much development happen. City's building, that's great. The city has, over the past few years, moved from stressing less on social infrastructure and more on physical infrastructure. We have to be able to support those people that do that work. And they're really concerned about the impending impact of a 2.6% cut.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. McGuire? Councillor Perks, being a non-member of committee, first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was particularly concerned, Tim, hearing some of the comments you made about people feeling stressed and swamped. You mentioned that you were concerned about your members' health. So could you just, I mean, you know, we don't get behind the curtain to talk to planners about planners as people trying to do jobs. Could you just give us a little bit of a sense of, you know, what these people are feeling day to day in their jobs?
Well, and first of all, I started with a joke about Arrested Development. I invite you to read the full report that we've put out called Arrested Development Staffing Shortages that Threaten City Planning. So as I indicated earlier this year, planners were indicating to me when we did our Work to Rule campaign that they literally had not had a weekend off in months with their families, and they were working long hours, working late into the night to meet deadlines, whether it's for the OMB process or simply reviewing applications, and they're feeling stressed. They want to be able to do a better job, and we've all probably seen research around the impact on people's health, potentially diseases, with being overworked and lack of downtime away from work. You know, at this point, staff are saying, you know, we're doing this extra work and much of it's for free. There will come a point when that has to end. And if the union, on behalf of our members, has to do more in ensuring that our members, city staff, for the work they do, are paid appropriately, then we'll take further action.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Tim. Can you draw the lines together for us in terms of understanding staff being overworked, morale, productivity, the quality of work? We're going to be missing KPIs, correct?
Only has 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that's a big question. It's a simple one. That's correct, right?
KPI.
Oh, sorry.
Performance indicators.
Sorry.
But quite frankly, I'm not a planner, so I wouldn't know what that means in the context of planning.
My apologies. I just want to have a further understanding in terms of what you're describing with respect to staff overworkage, the morale, the productivity, the quality of work that's being put out, and then the legislative requirements of planners having to respond to applications and not meeting those deadlines. Right.
So again, I don't have intimate knowledge of what those deadlines are around the OMB process and around reviewing the preliminary review of applications and the community meetings, et cetera. I'm happy to note the comment that was made by Mr. Brown earlier. It was an education for me hearing him depute, and I'm happy that someone from the development industry respects and values the work that they do in the community meetings. That's fantastic. But all of those meetings, several nights out a week and working weekends, planners just want to be able to do their best they can do at representing community and public interest. I think if this continues, it's been happening for a long time, it's not new. And this is a comment some of the planners quite frankly make to me from time to time. In whose interests are we planning? In whose interests are we planning? If we don't invest the resources that are necessary in that community consultation, for instance, and meeting all the deadlines and making sure that the appropriate positions are put forward at the OMB and the appropriate pieces are reviewed during the planning process, in whose interests are we doing this? If we don't put the resources, some of the planners are concerned that much of this, despite, you know, I respect I'm happy to hear the comment earlier from legal, from the community, from developer side, but some of our members feel that it's not fixed, is solely in the interest of developers. And the community interest, the public interest, I know that planners work very hard to make sure that the public interest is reflected in reviewing developments. They're fearful that the public interest is lost to developer interest because quick decisions get made.
So that was confirmed in your questions to the staff that you spoke to, the planning staff, is that they were concerned about the integrity of their work.
Yes.
The quality not being there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Were there other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, thank you.
So we don't have any other speakers, but we do have a staff presentation on the first item, which I asked staff to prepare, so now we can go through it. After the presentation, we'll go to questions, and for those members, Councillor Davis, that just joined us, we're doing item 1 and item 2 together.
Through the chair, members of committee, and visiting councillors, the presentation that you will see in front of you today is in fact a blended presentation in keeping with the performance metrics report as well as the fee review update. And I'm actually going to begin the presentation by going through some of those performance metrics. Of course, to set the context, we have in the city a strong real estate market that is resulting in higher levels of development activity than anticipated. You will recall from the report that was before you in the context of the How We Grow report at the last committee meeting that we are in fact far exceeding our provincial growth targets. And this is reflected in the high levels of development activity that we see. We also are seeing more and more large and complex applications, meaning that whereas a decade ago an application might be one 40-story building, today applications are frequently multiple buildings. They include a public realm and a public space component. They often include a heritage component, and typically they involve more work on the legal side as a result of the complex infrastructure either on the site or adjacent to the site. And then lastly, higher real estate prices also means that we are seeing growing in place, meaning that we are seeing unprecedented volumes of the Committee of Adjustment, people who are making changes to homes in existing neighborhoods, and whereas previously a Committee of Adjustment application might have 1 or 2 minor variances proposed, frequently today we have multiple variances that in fact do require more attention from staff and ideally more staff reports responding to the complexity of those applications. So that sets a little bit of the context. That's further demonstrated by the fact that we, in fact, over 30 years, have seen a 100% increase in Toronto's share of the GTA housing completions. Every trend line indicates that this is something that is going to continue. In part, of course, the drive towards more urban living is something that drives people into our downtown core, where the vast amount of the new development is taking place. These unprecedented development volumes have increased pressure on city planning's ability to meet internal key performance indicators. And this is critical. Essentially, we have the same number of staff doing a lot more work. Uniquely in city planning, we are driven by legislative requirements. So we can't simply say, too bad, we're not going to review this application, it's too much growth, we're going to push it to the side. We in fact have legislative rules that we must adhere to and respond to in the planning process, which means we are in fact obligated to process those applications as they come forward. We can't simply turn them away because we're exceeding our growth targets. But despite all of that, and this is the good news part of the story, Toronto's review time outperforms most of the region. This is a reflection of the fact, as you've just heard, that staff are in fact working harder and longer and more overtime. There's a great commitment to expediting the process and ensuring that we have an efficient process. So we have here some data that demonstrates, and this is from a report called New Homes and Red Tape, Residential Land Use Regulation in Ontario's Golden Horseshoe. And as you can see, Toronto outperforms the region with respect to development review. So we have reasons to be proud of our planning department, to recognize that our staff are working exceptionally hard in somewhat onerous circumstances. In addition, we have approved 20% more units in the last 5 years than the industry is able to build. This is also a critical part of the narrative. City planning is not, in fact, holding back development in the region. In fact, we are out ahead of the market. And this was a key objective in city planning because we know that affordable housing is a critical issue in our city, and we want to ensure that we are not constraining supply in the city planning department. However, it's important to note that we thought this might create some breathing room for staff within our division, but in fact the opposite has happened. The more we've approved, the more demand there has been. So in fact, whereas we thought getting out ahead would create some breathing room for staff, the opposite has happened, is that our hot market has not abated in any way. The other part of the good news story is that we have an exceedingly cost-effective planning process. So you see here a comparative analysis of other major regions, including Ottawa, Calgary, Hamilton, Thunder Bay, London, and Windsor. And you can see here, with respect to the average, that City of Toronto provides a very cost-effective planning process, which is recognized in the fee review that you see in front of you today. Now, the development review process, as Adam Brown indicated, sometimes it's very simple and it happens in a very linear way. Sometimes it's more complex, there's much more iteration, but as a baseline, this is the development review process that you see on the screen in front of you today. An application is received and it's circulated. There is a technical response. There's 16 divisions that are involved in that technical response, and I'll speak to that a bit more in a moment. A preliminary report is created. There's a response back to the applicant. Then there is a resubmission, and sometimes the resubmissions will happen on multiple occasions to speak to that negotiation that was mentioned earlier. And that resubmission process is about getting to yes, which the development industry and city planning staff see as a critical part of our planning process. There's recirculation, consultation, further revisions, finalization of a staff report, public meetings at community council. All throughout that process, there are opportunities for public input. And we recognize that the more the public is engaged in the planning process, not only do we increase the likelihood that we will not have conflict and end up having the application resolved at the Ontario Municipal Board, but we also get better outcomes. And the great developers in this city will in fact acknowledge that as well. We get better outcomes when we have a strong public process and the public is fully engaged in our planning. This, of course, means many evening meetings. It means weekend meetings. That includes all the preparation and all of the project management that goes along with that. Then a city council division. And then, of course, an OPA or bylaw goes into effect, and, of course, the opportunity to appeal at the Ontario Municipal Board. Now, I'd like to switch and talk a little bit about the development application fee review process. And there's a few very important points here. The first is that this fee review that you have in front of you right now, this is implementing council policy. Council policy. In 2011, Council adopted a full cost recovery approach for development application fees. So this review is about bringing planning review in conformity with already approved Council policy. As a result of that, a consultant was hired. The process was reviewed to fully understand the level of effort in all of the 16 divisions involved in development review, and then a recommendation is made that is before you today to bring planning in alignment with the 2011 full cost recovery approach. It's important to note that part of that user fee policy requires a review every 4 years. So that's what's before you today, is that required review. It's important to note, so it began in 2016, right on the dot with respect to the 4 years later, and you now have the recommendation. The industry has been very involved in this review. It has included updating planning application costing categories, process maps, and staff complement participating in the development review process. One of the things that you'll see is that there's more allocation to legal and more allocation to engineering. There was a recognition that both legal and engineering are playing a greater role in development review than they had in the past, and as a result, more fee is in fact allocated to those divisions, in keeping with the objective of full cost recovery. It also involved updating direct, indirect, and capital costs of processing activities. It also included updating the planning application fee structure, as well as measuring and reporting on the financial impacts of the proposed cost recovery fee structure. It's important for you to note that bringing our process into alignment with the full cost recovery is not onerous on the industry. You will notice there are no Bill isn't here making a deputation today. That's because if you think back to that earlier graph I just showed you, we already have a very cost-effective process. This is a soft cost for the development industry that we are 100% confident will not impact in a negative way the amount of development activity that we see taking place in the city today. So those are very important qualifiers in moving forward. So the average cost on an annual basis of development review is $50 million. Currently, the average revenue is $36 million. There's a $12 million shortfall, so a 34% increase is recommended in the report that you see before you today. You'll notice that there's $2 million identified as unrecoverable. Those are fees that we cannot recover because they are associated with the processing of Section 37 benefits in rezoning applications for all divisions other than legal, and we cannot by law recover that portion of the cost. So the recommendation you have before you today for a 34% increase, it does not increase the fees for all of the divisions. What it does is it moves the bar with respect to cost recovery, which is absolutely critical to understand. So these are the development review partners. You can see here on the screen all of the different divisions that are involved in development review. 54% of development review is city planning, but you'll note engineering services, transportation services, parks and rec, legal, Toronto building, Toronto water, fire, solid waste management, economic development, and energy and environment all play a role in reviewing every development application. City planning is also responsible for project management, and you'll recall that I spoke to this committee approximately 2 years ago about leadership in development review, which is an internal initiative in city planning to ensure that we have a coordinated approach, and we're strengthening that coordinated approach within the city planning division. So the decision before you today is to move the cost of development review currently from tax base to a complete user fee other than that $2 million that is unrecoverable. This is the decision before you today. It's not about increasing the fee, it's about moving the bar with respect to how much comes from the tax base versus how much is recovered by a user fee. So the current state, $36 million in fees is recovered. And this moves it to $48 million that is recovered through a fee. So this is all about cost recovery. It's not actually about increasing budgets. That's a very important point to make. So just a budget-to-budget comparison here. You can see that's broken down in a bit more detail. You can see the various components in the $12 million of additional cost recovered fee. You can see it's broken down here. This comes from the detailed analysis undertaken by our consultant on where the fees need to be recovered based on the work that people do today. So this is, again, about cost recovery. And you can see here in more detail how that $50 million overall is broken down. We outline the components that are direct cost, the components that are indirect costs, and the components that go to the various divisions. And as I mentioned, the biggest adjustment is with respect to legal and with engineering services. Planning itself is relatively static. Why the increase in costs? Well, in fact, the fee review revealed that there are some areas where we have been significantly undercharging, in particular in engineering and in legal. That is in part because of project complexity. We need more legal participation in planning files. It's also because we have more complex applications. A more simple application involves less review. When there's more review, when you're reviewing more buildings, when you've got a public realm component that you might not have on smaller applications, it involves more participation from all divisions. So here you can see the overall 2011 costs and the 2015 costs. This is the graph that really makes the statement that in engineering, legal services, transportation services, and parks and forestry, on transportation services, that there is an increase. There are small increases as well in Toronto building and in Toronto water, and increases in city planning as well. So this cost model approach is in fact based on the actual costs of development review. It is based on, in terms of the benefits, securing the service funding. It's also based on the financial flexibility to secure additional staff resources if average application volumes or complexities changing. So there's a link between the fee and the work that's being undertaken. So the development fee review objective has been to determine today's cost to provide the service And it's important to note that service level enhancements and improvements were out of scope. This is really critical, and this is why I began by speaking about the fact that this is about implementing full cost recovery. So the second part of this conversation, which might be about how we actually enhance service in city planning, that was not in scope. In scope was reviewing the work that is undertaken today and moving the bar with respect to how much money we in fact collect through fees. And I'll conclude my presentation there.
Thank you. Questions of the Chief Planner? Councillor Davis.
I'm happy to go.
You know you don't have to.
No, I do.
So I
Thank
take
you very
scratching the
much.
head as a wish for questions, okay?
No, I do have questions. One of the things you talked about was a more coordinated approach, and that's reflected in the cost recovery for those partner divisions. And also you talked about C of A twice, and I'm wondering first on the workload of C of A. In the downtown, we have now doubled the number of hearings days, and how are we accommodating that in terms of staff time and staff attention to reviewing those files?
Through the chair, there's two ways that we've been able to implement that. In part because of the higher volumes, we have a higher fee. So we have in fact created 2 temporary positions in the downtown and 2 temporary positions in North York to help process and to respond to the pressure. In addition, I have created a temporary acting position, acting director position to head up the Committee of Adjustment to focus on process improvements. And this is a good moment for me to introduce Sarah Rogers, who we have seconded from City Legal. She's a senior lawyer, and she is in fact the temporary acting director of Committee of Adjustment.
Okay. Because the coordination around C of A applications is not the same as the coordination for other applications. So I presume are we going to see the same kind of assumption, which is that planning is going to lead, circulate, gather, and compile and report on behalf of all divisions for C of A?
Through the chair, the objective of creating the acting director of Committee of Adjustment is in response to the incredible volume, but also a structural problem that I inherited in my division, wherein each of the C of A's actually have different processes and act quite differently. And the objective is to create a consolidated approach where best practices are used to facilitate significant improvements in the Committee of Adjustment. Sarah just started 2 weeks ago, but I'm very confident, and I wanted someone with both legal and project management and process expertise, because I believe it's a process challenge we need to fix.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we are going to be now better representing the costs of these other divisions, such as Toronto Water and Engineering, will they be examining things now such as the downspout disconnect, mandatory downspout disconnect program, which it seems no one really reviews? It's a sewer use bylaw requirement.
Through the speaker, I cannot speak to that. I would need a colleague in Toronto Water to speak to that.
I know that's a bit out there, what's before us, but it drives me crazy that there is no compliance and review that takes place with Toronto Water over a number of things.
The Chief Buildings Official here, if you wish to ask him. Acting Chief Building Official.
It doesn't, does anyone review applications in the City of Toronto for the mandatory downspout disconnect program?
Through the development review process.
Through the development review process?
Through the chair, that is done by Toronto Water.
Sorry, through the chair, my name is Judy C. I'm the Director of Engineering Review. In Development Engineering Review, what we do is that we do not permit downspout connections as part of the development application process, and it's only through a very onerous exemption process is that allowed.
No, I understand that, but what I have had complaints about from residents is that new developments have downspouts that are directed right into driveways that go right out into the street, which is not in compliance with the proper installation of downspouts. I don't want to spend any more time on it, but I just hope that there are certain policies that are not under the Planning Act that's covered by the sewer use bylaw, and we continue to see things that are kind of overlooked because it's not buildings and it's not really planning. So I'll follow up if I could.
So the question was, is a fee great enough to find out that whether it's being approved or not?
Yeah, okay, that was the question, David.
Thank you.
Okay, just
Last
finally,
question.
so this is proposed to be, so how, if we really want to address the issues of workload and the challenges of growth, the solution's not here, you've said. So presumably, we need something that tells us how much we really need in the budget to deal with the workload and application volume that's before us. And how are we going to get that?
Through the chair, that's correct. This, in fact, was looking at our existing workload and existing processes, but was not a process that extrapolated or anticipated the addition of staff. This was simply about cost recovery for the service that is provided today. With respect to the second part of your question, I believe there's a motion that is circulating that is intended to direct us to consider that.
The additional volume of work.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you had questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, though, could you just give me guidance? So this is on both items?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if we run out of time, we'll ask for a second round if the questions are there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Going to the second report, I see there's a table here on page 6, which is Committee of Adjustment applications per staff. And if I understand this correctly, just if you could verify, in the last 3 years, the number of applications each staff has had to handle has gone from 85 to 119?
That's correct.
That's correct. So that's very nearly a 50% increase in workload in the last 3 years.
That's correct, although we have, as I just mentioned, very recently added some temporary positions.
Right. Do we have a similar number for the workload for planners handling OPAs and rezoning applications?
Through the speaker, we do not, and for a very simple reason. We do break down the complex and less complex applications, but it's actually a highly problematic number to create for a very simple reason. An application to build a 60-story building is one application, and the Unilever site is one application.
I appreciate that.
So it's quite misleading.
I appreciate that, but you don't have a gross number, the number of planners and the number of applications and how that's trended over the last few years.
We do have a gross number, which we think is a more accurate way to look at it, which is the number of planners in relation to the amount of square footage we're approving.
Okay, so how has that trended?
So that information is, as you can appreciate, the trend is that each planner is responding to a significantly, when we look at the aggregate, a significantly larger number of square feet overall in their files.
10%?
So the most recent data I have in front of me right now is from 2014. And let me just see here if I can pull out the number for you. I apologize. I thought I had this number right in front of me.
That's okay, maybe you can find it a little bit
I can find it
later.
for you.
Maybe I'll go then to the city solicitor. I see he's in conversation. Similarly, do you have any kind of metric over the last few years for the caseload of your staff and how that's trended in relation to development applications and committee applications?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, the caseload has increased over the last few years. And I would also add that in terms of complexity of the files, as you've heard from the chief planner, certainly there are additional demands on city legal with respect to the drafting of the agreements, the complexity of the agreements. As you know, many rezoning applications come now with very detailed Section 37 provisions, conveyances of certain community facilities to the City of Toronto. All of that requires additional time that then translates into the requirement for additional staffing.
Okay, thank you. The next thing that I wanted to, I'm looking now at page 7. I noticed that in the last 4 years, and this is to the chief planner, we've gone from completing approximately 60% of the reviews on time to now somewhere below 40%. I'm reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we miss those targets, that opens us to appeals to the board that we haven't reviewed the application in a timely way.
That's correct.
So I've recently had, for example, just yesterday at Toronto East York Community Council, I got a preliminary report on an application, and between when the planner wrote the preliminary report and when it got to Toronto East York Community Council, the applicant had appealed because we had missed the date. Does it create extra work when we miss these dates?
Through the chair, in some instances it does. In other instances, missing the date is in fact something that is agreed to collaboratively with the applicant because negotiations are continuing.
But in the instance where, you know, and we heard Mr. Brown say that, you know, some in the industry are now taking advantage, if you will, of the fact that we're overworked and using the fact that we're, much more likely to miss the date to get to the head of the line and get an OMB date. When they do that, I imagine it creates a whole lot of work both for city legal and city planning just to, set dates at the OMB and so forth. Am I right about that?
Through the chair, that can be the case, and it is not a preferred process.
Okay. I see Mr. Conforti's here. Maybe if I could turn back to, I'll get to you next time.
We'll get back around. Are there other members of committee and non-members of committee that have questions? Councillor?
Just, what I'm getting from some of the developers and that they're very frustrated because what happens is that once they submit in their application and the delay of the delays in processing the application is that, and I don't know if you're doing that now, because I know just recently I did that personally, is where we don't get all the divisions and all the departments in a room to talk about the various issues that affect this application, and that there's no further delays, there's no further cost, that we can process the application in a timely manner rather than delay it. And that's where a lot of our resources are going, because the applications are not being processed on a timely manner because all the departments are not communicating with each other to process the application.
Through the speaker, two things that I'll just highlight. One is that the Leadership and Development Review Initiative, which was launched approximately 2 years ago, was in fact precisely about ensuring that we have leadership and that city planning is taking ownership over coordinating all of the comments from the 16 different divisions. And you can imagine chasing down 16 different divisions on an application multiple times because the application's being resubmitted and changes are being made. It involves a tremendous amount of effort. So the Leadership and Development Review Initiative is all about ensuring that we are taking leadership and that we are driving forward the application. But I think it's very important, in fact, to remember that, as per the slide on the screen, that our review times outperform most of the region. We are overall, when you look at the data, and this was a third-party independent review, that we, in fact, despite the volumes, we are outperforming most of the region with respect to our response times.
Why do we have all the delays?
Through the
Delays
speaker,
for 2 or 3 years.
through the speaker, I think
Building
that,
permits.
Adam Brown spoke quite eloquently to what you might be calling a delay as being an important negotiation process. Whereas in the past, there was much less engagement with the community. We now frequently have multiple community meetings, and those community meetings take time.
Well, no, I agree, and those community meetings take time, but once the application is processed and approved, then that's where all the delays are. That's what I'm referring to, is that there's huge delays that go on for 2 or 3 years before the applicant actually gets the approval that they can start building. That's where all our resources are being.
Through the chair, I believe you're referring to a Toronto Buildings matter and not a city planning matter, because once it's approved, it's in fact the...
But planning staff are involved in that as well.
Actually, once it's approved, then it becomes a Toronto Buildings matter.
No, it's planning staff as well. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I think there was a question for clarity. So I think the question is, once council approves the development, it's not ready for a building permit. So how long are the next steps taking between the council approval and the opportunity for the applicant to be able to submit his request for a building permit? Because as you outlined, it still requires the work of many divisions to get that work completed.
Right. And the planning staff is involved with that.
Through the,
So
that's correct.
What's the continued
clarify.
involvement of the planning staff and the other divisions once council gives its approval to a development?
Through the chair, to clarify, there's no such thing as once council gives approval. There's many approvals. Frequently, we might have an approval to an official plan amendment, but then there's a rezoning that needs to take place. To clarify for Councillor Nunziata, of course, in those instances, planning staff are 100% leading the process and still involved. A great example is the Mervish-Gary project. The OPA and the rezoning happened together, but the site plan happened significantly later. And that was because the applicant had some things they need to figure out before they came back for site plan approval, including their financing. So there's a whole variety of different, there's no one unilateral moment that a project is approved by City Council. There's a series of different approval moments, and it depends on what process we're talking about as to who the players are who continue to remain engaged. Once site plan approval is complete, that's when the project is handed over. That's when Toronto Building becomes engaged.
It would help, and I agree with you, that all the departments get together in a room with the applicant and discuss what the deficiency, and get it processed, you know.
Is this a question, Madam Speaker, who knows all the rules? Thank you. I see no other questions from non-members of committee. Councillor Campbell, you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regard to slide, well, what slide is it numbered? It's the slide that shows that we're ahead of the game, ahead of the competition in the other GTA cities. That you're ahead of the GTA average in terms of processing, we're outperforming them, and so on. Do you have a comparison of completed applications per employee on an annual basis?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question. In keeping with the comment, what we actually have on a comparative basis is the number of staff in comparison to the per capita in the city. We have a ratio. So our ratio is in fact very low. So for example, in the city of Ottawa, it's a 1-to-7 ratio. In the city of Toronto, it's a 1-to-17 ratio on a per capita basis. So with respect to that industry standard.
Sorry, what does that mean, 1 to 17?
On a per capita basis, the number of staff in relation to the population. This is in relation to the population.
Oh, no.
It's important to note that the data, when you aggregate it, is problematic, because in city planning, as an example, you have transportation services, which is very, very low, heritage preservation services, which is very, very low. Committee of adjustment is also very low as well. So you actually have to look at the different areas, but in general, it's low.
Okay, what I was looking at are the number of completed applications by municipality per employee. Does that information exist?
Through the Speaker, that information doesn't exist, but I would argue that it's nonsensical. It's an absurdity because you're comparing an application of a two-story building to an application of millions of square feet.
Sure.
That's why the square footage application, and I apologize, my staff have not been able to find the number, but I do know that we have that number, and it's a very important number because it's a more realistic way of assessing.
Okay, but a 60-story building does not necessarily have to be any more complex than a 25-story building.
No, but a project that involves one building versus a project that involves 10 buildings
Right.
absolutely does.
And other municipalities do have, they also have applications of that complexity, whether it's in Mississauga or Ottawa, but perhaps not to the same propensity.
Through the chair, with all due respect, not even close to the magnitude that we do in the city of Toronto.
Are we wasting staff's time attending frivolous C of A hearings? Because at the end of every meeting, we're hit with a flurry of members' motions directing staff, legal and planning, to go to C of A hearings. Those are not properly vetted. There's no questions asked, and I have no way of knowing as a councillor whether or not we're wasting your time.
Through the chair, it's not my place to determine whether a decision of council is frivolous.
Well, so how many of those are we winning and losing? So if we're losing the vast majority of them, then chances are they're without merit. So what do we keep score?
Through the speaker, we do in fact keep score. That's one way of measuring success, but it could be in light of council's position on the OMB that continuing to have a presence is a way of making council's position known. So I think there's a variety of variables that need to be considered.
So how would we get that information in terms of our success rate from the Committee of Adjustment for all of these, you know, I mean, I don't know the number of hearings that we attend and how many we're successful at and how many that we're unsuccessful at.
Through the speaker, we can bring that information, we can collect that data, updated data, and bring it forward.
Okay, and the gentleman who made a deputation earlier said that we should charge fees to cover the costs of handling Ontario Municipal Board appeals. Is that calculation worked into your increases?
Through the speaker, I might actually ask City Legal to respond to the extent to which OMBs are included in their fee.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, the cost recovery with respect to fee tariffs under Section 69 are solely for the purpose of processing an application, so that in terms of the recovery, it does not include the work that City Legal or Planning takes on after there's an appeal filed with respect to the application.
So even with these increases that are being proposed and are before us, we're still not coming close to covering the true cost of what it takes to manage and handle all of this volume of applications. Is that a fair thing to say?
Through the chair, the fee recovery before you today is development review specifically. It's not the entire planning process. It's only development review. The council mandate is fee recovery for development review. There are a variety of interests that city planning and city legal and other divisions advance that would be difficult to apply a cost recovery model to, because in fact it's the public interest that's being represented.
Do we as a city, I guess this is for legal, do we as a city know what well, it's for both legal and planning, do we know what our costs are on an annual basis of going to the Ontario Municipal Board?
Those costs can be determined. We would, city legal dockets by hour or parts of hours with respect to all work on all files, so that with respect to Committee of Adjustment or other appeals of zoning bylaws and official plan amendments, we can determine the amount of lawyer time as well as legal clerk time spent on an Ontario Municipal Board file. I'm not so sure whether we can cost the planning, city planning component, but we could work with city planning on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Haley, you don't dock at the time that councillors speak to you, do you?
That's always docketed, yes.
Should we charge the councillors?
So, Councillor Councillor Wong Tam, you had questions?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to understand, with respect to the cost recovery that's being proposed, the 100% for the application fees, the overall city planning budget takes into consideration outside consultants, outside legal services. You're not taking any into consideration in this report any of those external costs, are you?
Through the chair, there are both indirect and direct costs, but I'll ask our consultant to speak in more detail to what was included.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the model includes the direct costs of staff as well as other direct costs in your budget that would be consumed as part of those processing efforts. So they're not expressly included in the recovery, those outside costs, unless they're used as part of the processing effort.
So then how would you reconcile that? Because if there are going to be external costs that you may have to bear, for whatever reason, you have to bring in outside whatever consultants and experts, but it's not factored into the application review costs, how would you recapture those costs, those external service costs?
Sure, through the chair. The external service costs, so again, under the provisions of the Planning Act, what we're limited to, or the city's limited to, is the recovery of the cost of processing. So if you were to be using outsourced services for the purposes of providing processing activities, then they could be included. But to the extent they're being provided for the purposes of developing policy or against appeals of the board, for example, those are not considered in the definition of processing.
So then it's not really 100% cost recovery for the application review, is it, the way the report, I mean, the way the report is written, it doesn't capture all the external costs that one may have to incur to process an application properly. And then how do we get to that 100% full-on cost recovery?
I'll try to answer that question through the chair. We don't use consultants to handle development review. We use consultants through our capital budget, for instance, when we're doing avenue studies and growth-related studies. That's when we retain consultants, so it's not part of the development review process. Development review is handled in-house by planning staff as the lead on the project with, as we've said, 16 other staff from 16 other divisions.
So while the staff, I think through the testimonies and the surveys collected by QP 79, and even experiences I've had in conversations with them, while the staff are feeling overworked, they're sensing that there's a lot of pressure for them to review the applications in a timely fashion because of the legislative requirements. Then there's only just at the end of the day, there's only one budget that you're going to be drawing from. If you're drawing from the final bottom of that budget, what is the offset of that cost? If you can't, if you have more staff doing more work, but you have to outsource more of the other proactive planning pieces, their avenue studies, what does that cost? Like we're basically going to be drawing from the same well, are we not?
Through the chair, we put forward a capital budget to Budget Committee and Council every year, and so that's where we draw those resources from. They're in front of Council every year, and so is it an unlimited fund? No, it's not. The other thing that has to be recognized is that when we do those kinds of studies, there are still parts of the work that is project managed by city planning staff as well.
So through the chair, I'll just add to that, Councillor, because you've hit on an important point, which is there is an implication, and in fact, this year we have projects that are on hold because we do not have capital dollars to begin them.
So then with respect to the 2.6% budget reduction that's being asked of all the divisions across the line, how would you be able to continue to deliver the service that Torontonians, the City Council, expect you to deliver on at the same time while your resources are being dwindled, but the workload continues to rise?
Through the chair, it's important to note that city planning has complied with the direction for a 2.6% reduction, and we've primarily done that by using this fee increase as a way to compensate for the gap in our budget.
But then how do you, I mean, as the chief planner, you have staff whose morale is sitting low. they're expressing to their union that they're overworked. They can't even appear today before this committee to share their concerns, their observations, their lived experiences as a city employee. How do you reconcile that, the 2.6% that you've basically said you'll be able to do? At the same time, you've got planning staff that are just hanging on by their fingernails.
Through the chair, two comments or observations. One is that the survey represents about a third of staff. I agree with the overall thrust of the comments in the survey. They're not unfamiliar to myself and the directors, and the concerns have been expressed to us, and we're fully aware. Those overtime hours, most of us are sitting there in the evenings in our lunch hours with staff, so that's not surprising at all. From my perspective, this is really a political question. Council sets the direction for us and gives us the resources to do the work that we are required to do. So we leave that to the discretion of the political administration. We are seeking to, in the context of this presentation and the key metrics performance, to provide good information to inform that decision, but we of course submit to the direction of council.
You're giving me more time? I could keep going.
I was listening intently to your question.
I was doing a little self-policing.
Are there
on
other
time.
members that haven't asked questions yet? Councillor DiCiano, because I have some as well. And then if you wish a second round, we'll have a second round.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the informal budget process, I've come to understand that there's a few departments, Toronto Building, Engineering Services, even Toronto Real Estate, that are using software now to essentially measure their performance or track the performance of their employees. And they've told us that that has helped them become more efficient, primarily because their staff are now kind of competing with each other on who can do things, the most efficient and whatnot. And the reason why I bring that up is, I have this one development in my ward it's a mid-rise site. It's probably a complex application by definition. It's 400 or 500 units. And the process has gone on a year and a half, and it's gone on with the planning department. The applicants come to my office, and we've discussed and this and that. And after a year and a half's time, finally everybody comes together, and now we start all over again. So a year and a half of consultation and meetings and what could have been drastically condensed and happened a lot more efficient. Are we looking at perhaps bringing the same technology to planning that these other divisions have implemented and are telling us are working to increase their output without increasing staff?
Through the chair, I'm glad you've asked this question. In areas where it's possible to do so, yes. In Heritage, we've done this. We have one of the best times in the country for processing Heritage applications. In part, that's because we've gone to an e-service delivery mechanism, so it's very straightforward to track progress. On Heritage applications, that is something that is viable to do, and we've implemented it. With respect to complex applications, precisely because they're complex, this is simply not possible. And I'll give you some examples. Some of the reasons why we get to yes and we hit a turning point 18 months into the process is because the community that's engaged in the process, it has taken them that long to either organize or to solidify their position, or different players have come into the process from the community partway through the process. In many instances, when I've gone back and heard about a process that went sideways and done a deep dive, I've actually discovered that there were challenges with the consultant team. There was a traffic report that staff simply didn't agree with, and the traffic report had to be redone and resubmitted to be informed by the assumptions that public servants had identified had been missed by the work that was being done by the private sector. This is not infrequent. It's precisely because it's complex and involves so many variables. Furthermore, as you've seen at this committee, it's not uncommon for this committee to send us back to do more work or to do more consultation, to do more assessment and analysis. How do you track that in a process when at this committee we're directed to go back and to go out and do consultations and to revise our reports and our documents, or based on a motion at this committee? So there's so many complex variables. That's why this chart and this data is so important, because at the high level it gives us clarity as how we do on a comparative basis. But I also think it's really seminal and important that a unsolicited, a key player in the development industry today, Adam Brown, sat before you. He's by far working on more files on the private sector side than any other person in this city. And he sat here today and said, I get emails at 8 p.m., I get emails on the weekend, I'm negotiating all through council meetings with staff. He, in fact, affirmed the magnitude of the level of effort that's being put forth by the planning department. That will tell us much more than, I think, an arbitrary measure that doesn't actually capture the nuance of the process.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to argue that fees should go up and that we're short-staffed. I don't know that anybody's going to argue that here today. I'm talking from a perspective that we can control, that is in the control of the planning department. If this committee sends you back, certainly we can track that, and there's legitimate reason why your planners have now had to go and spend more time. I'm talking about, you know, and I use the example in my ward where a year and a half later, a division has come forward and brought very good information to the planning process and has now put us back to the beginning. Why does that happen? Why can't we just all come together at the beginning and not waste a year and a half's time of staff, and for me, my time? It's not like it's one application for me either. I've got a very, very busy ward. That was excellent information that the division brought to me, but it was 18 months late.
Through the
How do we-
chair,
how do we make
your
that
point is
better?
well taken, and it aligns with the comments from Councillor Nunziata. It is precisely for that reason that internally I initiated leadership and development review, so that, to Councillor Nunziata's point, at the beginning of every application, we get everyone in the room who is going to be involved in reviewing the application. We've taken it a step farther and, in fact, directed as much as possible that the meeting happen on site. To ensure that there isn't anything that's missed with respect to the contextual analysis. So that's a process that is being rolled out. In the course of 2015, we held meetings with all divisions, hundreds of people in the room, to implement this process and to initiate it. The objective is to avoid that circumstance by putting a better process in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, I have some questions as well. Just to set the basis for this. What is in front of us is a recommendation to do full cost recovery based on the current level of service, correct? And to meet what you're required to do, because I read the letter from Bill Toronto BILD, you're required to be able to prove what you're charging for when you give the fees, and that's why you have to go about it this way.
That's correct.
So if we want to see improvements, then we have to ask for what those improvements would be, put them into the process, and then charge for those once they're ongoing?
That's correct.
And the difference, though, of the $14 million that is now becoming part of a fee for service, is that a cost savings on the tax base now being recommended in the 2016 budget?
That may be correct, but I would like to ask Steve Conforti to answer that question.
Through the chair, yes. So essentially what we're doing, because we're going to full cost recovery and taking the burden off the tax base, it's resulting in a tax savings.
Of $16 million?
I don't believe it's a total of 16. There's a portion of this that are attributed to rates. There's a portion of this that are
Well,
attributed
it would be the 14 million, not the 16, because there was a $2 million difference.
I think 2 million was uncollected. I think the number was closer to $11 million that will be included in the numbers that will be presented as part of
So if this committee ends up requesting budget committee to do staffing changes, and that goes to council, then we'll have to find that difference through the regular budget process?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so now we have people's attention. In your report, page 3 of it, you do make a comment that between 2011 and 2015, the city approved 20% more units than have been started. Is that I'm trying to understand the timeline, though, because of the questions that Councillor Nunziata had as well. Is that we approved it at council, or is that where someone could actually apply for a building permit?
Through the chair, those would be approvals through council.
Okay, so there may be that there's ongoing work to get the Section 37 agreements in place, possibly get the site plan in place, to get the legal agreements and the bylaws in place, everything that's required. So we don't know the time right now to approve and to take them from the end of council to when they can actually apply for a building permit, do we?
That's correct. And to a couple of comments about that to the committee. First and foremost, some of that is not actually in the city's hands. It's business decisions that an applicant will make. An applicant will make a decision to either move ahead with a development very quickly and be very aggressive about it. Sometimes they'll take a step back if they have other properties at play. The other part of it is that you're quite right, that if it was approved with conditions, an applicant may take some time to address the conditions, to negotiate the Section 37 and the other matters that need to be addressed.
Okay, so then I go to your chart that you have up in front of us. That's from the Fraser Institute.
That's correct.
Okay, does it tell us whether these are with or without official plan amendments and other information? And in what year was this from?
My understanding that this is from 2012. And my
That's
understanding...
what I was afraid of. So how do we find out where we stand in 2016?
My suggestion would be we would need to undertake that analysis. It doesn't exist.
And that would cost money and time of staff, so I'm not going to ask for it. So we don't know whether we're worse or better now. This is a 2012 statistic, so this is really, could be out of date.
Absolutely.
Okay. Page 7, KPIs. You have that chart, and I think you have it to put up on the screen too. It's the percentage of complex and routine applications that met KPIs. So you've gone from 60% in 2013 down to 30% now. Our target would be 100%? It's on page 7 of 8 of the report. I'd stop my own time if I could, but.
Through the chair, our target is 75.
So, but we're only at 30. So are all the divisions at 75?
Through the chair, that's correct. So this KPI, whereas...
Council set a target of 75. You've gone from 60 down to 30.
That's correct, and it's important to note that's not just city planning, that's all the divisions.
That was my next question. So we have multiple divisions here. How many divisions are here? Can you put up a show of hands so I see them? I know engineering services are, who else is here? Legal's here. Building. So can each of you tell me where your KPI is right now? So start from the back of the room, sorry. And can you tell us, because we don't all know who you are?
To the chair, my name is Judy C. I'm from Engineering Review, and our current KPI is above 90.
From where?
Above 90.
Above 90, and I didn't hear the division.
Engineering Construction Services.
So, sorry, but how could you be at 90, turning around in 30 days? You're meeting the 30-day turnaround at 90%?
So what we're turning around is that under the STAR timeline, the prescribed timeframes for review, and what we're turning around is that 90% of our application reviews are meeting that timeline. So depending on the complexity of the application, some are allotted 2 weeks, some are allotted 5, 6 weeks, so we're returning the applications within that time frame, over 90% of the time.
Who else is here? Sorry, who else? Is that someone else we have here? Because that's my last question, but I'm just trying to get it answered from everybody while I'm running out the clock. What other divisions are here? Building?
Through the chair, we measure different KPIs. So the KPIs we measure is we're legislated to issue our building permits within prescribed times by the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code. And we strive to issue those have them issued within 95% of those applications issued within the prescribed times. And we fluctuate in there. We're usually anywhere from 94 to 97% on those KPIs. The place where it's not a KPI that's prescribed by the building code is with respect to preliminary plan reviews,
right?
So zoning reviews. So generally, we strive to do those meet those KPIs 65% of the time.
And,
Over the
sorry, in
years,
what percent of the time?
65% of them done within 20 days. And those KPIs, that's where we're seeing some slippage. So at a high end, it's probably about 76%. At a low end, it could be in the 30% range.
What other divisions were here? Is engineering services here? So you're here. Anyone else that's here?
Mr. Chairman, from a legal perspective, I'm afraid I don't have the figures with me, but I can say that in terms of performance, of course, one of our key performances getting the agreements out in a timely fashion. We are basically on track for such things as Section 37 agreements and site plan agreements.
Thank you. Okay, is there a second round? Because I used up my 5 minutes for non-members. Councillor Davis. The only thing, I encourage you all to ask your questions, if you can try and keep them within the time, because we still have a full agenda to get through.
Okay, so on the fees, the report recommends, it represents a 34% increase on 2016, but it also identifies inflation will be added for 2017. What is inflation for 2017, and then what is the total increase? Is it 34 plus 1 point something?
Steve Conforti will answer that.
Through the chair, so again, these fees reflect the cost of providing the service today in 2016. As part of the delegated authority that we have in terms of all user fees, that they increase automatically on January 1st of each year based on the inflationary factor associated with those costs.
And I'm asking what that is.
And that number, I don't know that I have it off. I believe it's around 2.3%, so it'd be a further increase on all fees in city planning of 2.3%.
Okay, so it'll be 34 plus 2.3. The C of A fees look like they're the same. Is that, they are remaining the same
They're down.
on the chart that I looked at?
Andrew, could you answer that, please?
Yes, so the
Minor variance.
minor variance fees are actually proposed to be reduced by 28%.
Okay,
Consent fees would increase.
28%. If the C of A fees are reduced by 28%, and yet we have a growing number of minor variance applications, infill development is going crazy, are we not going to have a bigger hole? Or is it pooled, are the revenues pooled to cover that?
So it wouldn't translate into a bigger deficit. What it is doing is it's correctly identifying the cost of processing for that application type to be paid for by those volumes.
So they've been overpaying up until now, is that correct?
It would suggest that the fees have been higher than the current cost of processing.
Through the chair, just to speak to that, this actually speaks to the issue of volume. If the volume increases, but you keep your staffing level at the same amount, it means you're spending less time on each application. So because the volume has increased, but our staffing levels have not, the level of service has decreased.
Which is why the fees are lower?
Through the chair, which is why in the context of this report, we've identified that the fee would need to be lowered, or you would need to increase staffing levels and provide a higher level of service. This is a real catch-22 when the volume increases, but the staffing does not.
Because it's a ratio.
Correct.
So if we were to want to address the problem of growing C of A okay, you know what, I understand that section, I've got some other ones. So the $12 million in additional fees that will be generated with this, plus the cost of inflation, they will be attributed to the affected budgets according to the percentages that are set out in these pie charts. So the 12 million, let me see if I can find a bigger one. PF&R will get 2 million, transportation services will get 2.9 million, et cetera, attributed to their budget, allocated to their budgets for 2017?
That's correct. Based on revenue, that's correct.
So these divisions, Mr. Conforti, will be using these additional fees, presumably, in buildings and in other divisions. So buildings, where's buildings? $1.6 million. They'll be using these to be able to meet their 2.6% reduction target?
So these figures were provided to the different programs as per the user fee policy, where the revenues are to be allocated to help protect that service essentially, and in the development of their budgets, then yes, they're included.
Yes, okay. So Toronto Water, we should be able to find in the existing Toronto Water budget an additional 1.25 million from the proposed fee increase? And if for some reason it doesn't get approved, that adjustment will have to be made?
Yes? Yes,
It
so both the Toronto-
presupposes this. Okay. And so what percentage, maybe you don't have it, what percentage of the total budget, operating budget of planning is attributed to the development review process?
I don't have that number in front of me right now, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay, and finally, I don't understand how studies, which will provide the guidance to, and why none of those costs could be attributed to the development review process?
Final question.
Through the chair, that would be a question for Brian Haley, because it's really has to do with the parameters that are established in the context of the Planning Act. So the Planning Act delineates how fees can be structured and for what. So the fee review that was undertaken by Watson and Associates was in the framework of the parameters established by the Planning Act.
If we were doing the area review process, what's that called now? We're doing certain areas.
Counselor.
filtering?
Secondary plan.
Counselor
not secondary
Davis,
plan.
I said it was the last question.
Thank you.
The bottom line is that you cannot charge in your fee review for your studies by legislation. That's tax-based. Did I see Counselor Perks?
Thank you very much. To the Chief Planner, do we track the amount of time that we spend at the board year by year? Amount of city staff time?
Through the chair, we track the time at the board. We do not track the prep time.
Okay, I appreciate, I'm sure there's, oh, that's actually interesting. Maybe there's an FPARS thing to do. How is that trended?
The trend line is an increase from 2013. So for example, in 2016, we have by August 6,764 hours at the OMB in comparison to 2003, where over the course of the entire year.
2003? Or I thought you said 13.
2013.
Yeah.
Over the course of the entire year, we spent 4,926 hours at the OMB in comparison to, for this year, 6,764 to August. So I don't have a year. At the end of the year, we'll have the year.
4,000 what for 13, sorry?
4,926 hours.
Okay, so we've gone from 5,000 for a full year to 6,800 for 3/4 of a year. So
That's correct.
So you'd add another 2, so that'll work out to very nearly double.
That's correct. And I've just as a point of clarification, this does include prep time.
That does include?
It does include prep time.
Okay, very good. To Mr. Conforti, so when you are preparing the analyst's notes for the 2017 budget, do you take into account that this pressure, which is on the operating side, because its board hearings are not covered by fees, that over 3 years we've had a very nearly doubling of this? Is that part of what the review does?
So in any program, when we review all costs associated with the service that they provide, we'll account for those and ensure they're presented in the budget materials.
Okay, so I'll be looking for that in my briefing book when the budget comes. To the Chief Planner, So this is anecdotal. I've been a city councillor for 10 years now. I am on my 9th community planner. Do we pay attention to staff retention? Is there a problem there? What's the turnover like?
Through the chair, we absolutely do. There's two concerns. One is the volume of work can be very challenging, and in addition, we have a significant number of retirements like other areas in the organization over the next 5 years, so we'll see significant turnover.
So, given what we heard from Mr. McGuire, I appreciate that we have, right across the corporation, a lot of retirements. But given what we've heard from Mr. McGuire, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. You believe that workload is contributing to turnover?
Through the chair, that's correct. The extent to which that exists is not clear to me and something that I need to do more research on. It is important to note that some of the turnover that takes place is a result of people progressing to different positions within the organization, which is a good thing.
But you agree that some of it is workload?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. You know what? I'll deal with the rest of it another time.
Thank you. Are there other questions of committee members? Councillor Campbell and Councillor Fillion.
Yes, this is for Mr. Conforti. What is the financial impact of the fee reductions on minor variances of 28%, given that we do over 3,000 a year?
I don't have the detail available on the breakdown between the minor variances. I know that the impact that we're looking at for the 2017 budget with the combined changes on city planning was, where is the number here? I believe it was 525,000 or so.
Sorry, run that by me again, please.
Sorry, I don't have the exact breakdown between the different fee changes. We can work and get that back to you. What we have on a budget over budget change is an actual increase of over 500,000.
Do we, and then I guess this is for legal, do we have any recourse but to lower those fees?
The Section 69 of the Planning Act does simply provide for cost recovery, and you should not be charging more than what it costs you to provide the service.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it? Thank you.
The chair, but I think there's an important point just in response to that question is that the reason for the discrepancy is because we don't have enough staff for the volume. It's very important to be clear on that point, that if we had more staff, we wouldn't be lowering the fee because it is cost recovery.
But that said, it said the volume hasn't gone up in minor variance applications since 2011. 2011, 3,005 minor variance application, 2015, 3,024, an increase of 19 applications.
Through the chair, one of the things that
I'm just looking at this, sorry, this is Appendix 2 on page 16 of the report.
And one of the things that isn't captured by that, Councillor Campbell, is, and we've talked about this a lot today, is the complexity of the applications. As Ms. Keesmaat noted in her presentation, a number of years ago, you would see an average of 2 to 3 variances per application. You're seeing multiple variances per application now. You're also seeing a significantly increased level of aggressiveness behind those applications. It does take some effort to resolve those. So it's not just the numbers, it's also the types of applications we're seeing.
Okay, but is it not also true that staff does not weigh in on every C of A application? They're selective in the number and the ones that they weigh in on and offer an opinion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think what you're talking about is providing a recommendation through a report to the committee. Community planning staff weigh in on every minor variance application. Every minor variance application is reviewed by community planning staff, and a determination is made as to whether or not there's any information we believe needs to be before the committee. So to give you an example, if it's a minor variance application for a building setback of 6 inches, we would not prepare a report. We would review it, and we would look at it, and we would discuss it and say, we do not need to tell the committee that there's an issue with this. So it's not true to say that we don't weigh in on every application. It is the applications we believe we need to provide some information to the committee to make an appropriate decision on. Those are the ones that we report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion.
I just want to come back to this point because it really makes me crazy, and I think the chief planner accurately described it as a catch-22. It's kind of a catch-22 in Wonderland or something. So just if I've got this straight, because we have more planning applications and more complicated planning applications, but the same number of planners, the planners aren't able to spend as much time on the planning applications, which then causes the dollar amount of cost recovery per planning application to go down. Therefore, we are reducing the fees rather than hiring the additional staff to do the job properly.
On the Committee of Adjustment.
That's
On the Committee of Adjustment.
For Committee of Adjustment, yeah.
through the chair, that's correct.
So is that not absurd, and should we not be doing something other than that?
That's correct.
So
Councillor, I'm working on a motion.
thank you. I figured you would. Very good. Now, with consent applications, what are we doing with the fees there?
The application fees for the consent are recommended to increase from a current fee of $3,100 to an application fee of $5,500. So it represents about an increase of about 77% in fees.
Okay, and is that in addition to the, do you pay a separate fee for variances and for the consent?
That's correct. They each have a separate fee.
Okay, well, at least that one's going up. Probably not enough, but at least it's going up.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. You have a question, Chief Planner?
I just have a point of clarification to Councillor Campbell's questions. In fact, there's a typo in the report. We knew the number had gone up significantly. In fact, as per our 2015 annual report, the number for Committee of Adjustment applications is 3,980. So I just thought I would clear the record on that. And a good catch on your part. I wasn't here. I would hope not.
So, speakers, are there non-members that wish to speak? Not being that. So we'll bring it into committee. Staff are just working.
Well, just very quickly.
You don't.
I have no motion before me to speak to, other than what's before us, and I know that council did approve cost recovery, and we're going to have some significant increases in development application fees in the City of Toronto, and I fully support that. I'm sure John will say it, Councillor Fillion will speak to it much more eloquently than I, but Committee of Adjustment fees dropping at the same time we don't have adequate staff, because we don't have adequate staff, is not an acceptable situation, and I trust that Councillor Shiner will have a motion before us that asks for there to be additional staff allocated for that purpose. I'm sure I am like everyone else. The infill development applications continue to grow. The circulation that goes to the various divisions and the review process that exists now is broken. It is needing improvement, and I'm very pleased to hear that we're going to be developing a more coordinated approach through the planning division for that process as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will bring it into committee. Staff are working on, I know Councillor Phelan, you have a motion, but staff are also working on a motion to assist in what you have in regards to how we improve the service, and as soon as I have it, I'll circulate it to you. And looking at a motion to maintain the fee level at the Committee of Adjustment to bring the staffing level up to what we're charging, but they're working on the appropriate terminology for those, and I'll speak after on them. I can't show them to you yet because I don't have the wording for them yet.
Okay, well, I'll introduce what I have, and I might comment on that as well. So my motion is that City Council direct the Deputy City Manager, Cluster B, in consultation with the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and the City Solicitor, to report to the Planning and Growth Management Committee at its January 11th, 2017 meeting, and concurrently to the Budget Committee through the 2017 budget process, with an analysis of additional staffing resources and a recommended development application review fee increase to cover the cost of the additional staff needed to adequately deal with current and anticipated application volumes. So, I mean, I think all of us know, I haven't talked to a councillor yet who doesn't believe that we need more staff. I think everybody is very aware that the current workload of the planners is making it difficult for them to do the kind of job they would like to do. And that's not their fault, that's our fault. You know, people don't go into planning. It's not the kind of profession you go into to get rich. You go into it to, generally speaking, you go into it because you have an interest in desirable outcomes and good planning, and we have people who I'm sure are frustrated because they don't get the time they need to do that, whether it's an official plan amendment, a rezoning application, or especially a Committee of Adjustment application where the staff analysis is just woefully pathetic, but you have the applications, you know, coming through like, you know, I picture, you know, Lucy from I Love Lucy and the stuff coming down the conveyor belt, and her, you know, can't deal with it fast enough, and she's trying to hide it. It's, you know, it's just in a ridiculous situation. We've created 2 panels, for example, in North York. We've created enough committee members for 2 panels, but we don't have 2 panels operating because the staff aren't processing the applications for 2 panels, and even the ones they're processing, and I'm not meaning to criticize any individuals, they are not processing them properly, and they are doing a very less than optimal job. And I can compare what they're doing now to what used to happen, and it's not even half of what used to happen in what now looks like the good old days with review of those applications. We have a secondary plan on Shepherd Avenue. I'm just talking about stuff in my ward that has languished because we didn't have enough staff resources. And now we have 2 great big development applications that are going to end up at the Ontario Municipal Board, and all the staff time involved in that because we didn't finish a secondary plan before those applications came in. We continually miss Planning Act deadlines for applications, which give the applicants the upper hand at the OMB. We have one site in my ward where for a year I've been asking if the numbers submitted by the applicant meet the requirements of the official plan, if the density numbers meet the requirements of the official plan, and nobody on planning staff can answer that question because they haven't had time to figure it out. We have, in that case, I'm told we are hiring an outside consultant to actually do that analysis because there's nobody on staff who has time to do it. So we do sometimes hire outside consultants to do staff work on development and official plan applications, at least in this one instance, because we don't, the staff that are on the file do not have the time to do it. And that's, I'm not faulting any of the existing staff. I think they're all hardworking and trying to do a good job. We just don't have nearly enough of them. And, you know, and just as a by the way, you know, I appreciated the comments of Mr. Brown. I don't usually agree with him, but I enjoyed his comments today. And I have never had an applicant for either with an official plan amendment, a rezoning application, or a committee of adjustment application complain about the fees. And I'm talking about over 1,000 applications that I would have had to deal with. Never had anybody complain about the fees. I've had countless complaints about the delays caused by lack of staff to process their applications faster.
Thank you. So members of committee, Councillor Perks was not in the room when I asked if non-members wanted to speak, and I know he's put a lot of time and effort into this. So with your indulgence, Councillor Perks, back to non-committee members to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and apologies to the members of the committee. I got called out on an urgent ward matter. First, I just want to speak quickly to some of the things in Councillor Fillion's motion, and then I want to speak to some of the things that aren't there. Councillor Fillion's absolutely correct that the fees are not a meaningful cost to the applicant. Remember, when a developer brings an application to us, they've purchased the land and they're sitting there paying financing costs every month until they actually have the building built and occupied. So those financing costs are much larger than the amount being considered here in terms of a fee increase. So that's why Mr. Brown was here. If we do it faster, even if they pay a little bit more on the fees, the applicants save money. That's why you heard the developers say, go ahead, hire more staff. So that's all to the good. But I want to talk about the workload issues, not as they relate just to the development application process, but as they relate to secondary plans and to Ontario Municipal Board hearings. Those are both costs that are borne on the operating budget. I heard something very troubling in an answer to a question from staff that basically what we're doing with the fees is we're going to recover the costs and then claw it back from the budget of the planning department so that we can meet the 2.6 target. Right? We'll increase the fees and decrease the amount by a nearly equivalent amount on the operating budget side. That would be a disaster. You heard from the chief planner that the number of hours spent by staff on OMB hearings is tracking to be twice what it was 3 years ago. In other words, the cost of defending the city's interest is going up and going up dramatically. You cannot defend the city's interests with the same budget and twice the demand. If we claw back all of that money, we are effectively saying to the development industry, go ahead, take us to the OMB. We will not have the staff resources to put our best case forward, and we will lose more often, and the city will lose more often. That's one. Two, I want to compare my experience with having an avenue study happening at the same time as there's development pressure in a part of my ward. In 2007-8, I had a bunch of development applications on Bloor around Dundas. We did an avenue study. Partway through that avenue study, we were able to come in with an interim report that set some guidelines, and we were able to complete the overall avenue study in about 15 months, from start to finish, from approval to completion. As a result of doing that, we were able to reduce one building that was going in there substantially, and we were able, and if you look at the board hearing decision at Bloor and Dundas, we were able to stop an application that would have been twice the height and density of what the Avenue study settled on, and the board member made that decision based on us having a complete Avenue study. That was an example of the system working. Right now, I have an Avenue study on Roncesvalles Avenue. 18 months ago, we approved it. We had a first meeting 15 months ago, and then nothing happened until 2 weeks ago. We went 15 months without any follow-up work because the staff who were working on it, guess what they were doing? They were at the OMB. We lost 15 months because we don't have enough staff to perform the work, to set the rules so we get good development. So now I've got developments coming in where we know we have to do secondary planning work and we're unable to deliver it. So while we were able to get better development and development that fit Toronto's needs on Bloor, we will not be in a position to do that on Roncesvalles. And that is the direct result of not increasing the operating budget, not the fees, the operating budget for the planning department. So while Councillor Fillion's motion is helpful, we have to remember and we have to have our eyes open. If there is not an increase on the operating budget side to pay for planners, we are telling Torontonians that the city that we are building will not be built for the future of Torontonians and for its current residents. It will just be the developers getting whatever they want. So we're going to have a very serious debate in a few weeks on the budget, the operating budget for this department and the related departments, and I encourage all of you, particularly the two of you who are on the budget committee, to really turn your mind to that. We cannot fail the neighborhoods of Toronto and the future of Toronto by artificial austerity.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, did you? Does anyone else on the committee wish to speak? Councillor DeCiano.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to, I don't think there's anyone in this committee that's not going to approve increasing development fees here today, because we all recognize that our planners are very, very busy. But through the last 2 years of me having to deal with applications in my ward, I think that it's important to increase our staffing levels, but we also need an outcome approach where it's not just we're hiring more people and they're busy, but busy doing what? What part of the process is being repeated that doesn't have to be repeated? Far too often I've gone into meetings, development meetings, planning meetings, and we're turning in circles. We're not moving the ball forward on a continuous basis. So we really need to make sure that there's measurement, there's performance, there's direction and leadership to make sure that the planners that we do bring into each division are moving applications forward and not kind of stalling. Stalling is the wrong word. Turning in circles because there isn't direction on the file or there isn't communication. I think that's one of the biggest problems where an applicant will meet with the planning department, then the applicant meets with the councillor, then the applicant meets with this division. If we simplify things, everybody's got to meet together and everybody's got to be on the same page from the get-go on these development applications, especially the complex applications. If everybody's on the same page on day one, we're going to be busier, but we're also going to be more effective. That's the most important thing here, is to become more effective. And I want to see that happen over the next few years. But I will be supporting the increase in the fees here today.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, are you ready? They're still working on your wording? Okay. So, have you got Councillor Wong Tam's motions ready for her or not? It's on item 2. So then, can I get your attention and you put my motions up, and then I will go through them. clarification, though, Mr. Solicitor, the motion that you drafted for me on the Committee of Adjustment, will that stop the fee reductions? Or do I have?
That would be the intention, that with respect to the fee reductions on the Committee of Adjustment, that the direction would be to not decrease.
Should I be very clear in that, in the motion?
I believe
fees
it's
not be reduced?
I believe it's there in the last line, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so then let me put up can staff put up the first one, the other one first, and then I'll put this one back up.
Yours?
Yes, of mine.
Your B?
My B, or not to be. I'll put this one back up and speak to it in a moment. And my apologies, I normally like to circulate them to the committee members, but I just got them. So, my first motion is to request the Chief Planner, Executive Director of City Planning to ensure the planning staff effort on the C of A application match the current fee levels, that the current fees for the Committee of Adjustment applications not be reduced. Bottom line is, we have reduced the fees because, well, let me put the second motion up. I have to put the second one up too. Proper procedure. Can put my second motion up? Because the speaker's here and she could correct me if I do it wrong procedurally. Thank you. Can you put my second motion back up? And I'll move that as well. And then I'll speak to them both and I'll leave this up. I'll speak to the first one and I will also move the balance of the recommendations which are in there for the new fees. And speaking to that, the first motion that I had up there says, leave the fees where C of A is. No one's complained about it. Don't reduce the fee because we've been unable to maintain our performance that we're supposed to have on that, and staff up so we can maintain the performance, because I know in hearing from each of the divisions, the C of A, is particularly in Toronto, East York, and in North York, is really pressed to be able to keep up with the demand that it has, and wants to add panel members and new panels and can't do it because we're behind. And then what happens is there are applications that go through possibly without staff comments on them because they're unable to, and that then goes to the issue of possibly an appeal because the committee hasn't been able to get a thorough review by the Committee of Adjustment staff in that. So I'm hoping by leaving the fees the same, we'll staff up, we'll improve the process. Those applications will get through not in a 3 or 4 month period, which some of them are now, but in a proper timeline because they're supposed to be minor variances. Proper staff reports will be there when necessary, and the Committee of Adjustment will function in the manner it should function based on not increasing the fees at all from the current level, just leaving them where they are. The second motion is to ask for the report for the recommendations that are needed to meet the current key performance indicators that each division has, and the staffing that is required for those levels, and then the recommendation to either not take it from the reduction in the tax base, which is what is currently a $10 million reduction in the tax-supported budget, or the fee increase that it might be, and then budget committee can make a recommendation to council, and we can all deal with that at council. But one way or the other, if you have a KPI and you're supposed to meet those standards, you should be meeting those standards. And we shouldn't be reducing the revenue to the division to do that, so long as the division and each of the divisions that work through the planning department can show us what that KPI is, the one that has been approved, and meet that. So we're not asking to go for any more than what we set the standards to be for each of the divisions. With having Mr. McGuire here on behalf of the union, no, I don't expect the members to come here. I don't think it's right. He does speak on behalf of his membership. That is his role, and I'm glad he was here to bring their concerns to us. I have to say that from the senior staff in the planning division and to each of the 16 divisions that report, to the managers, to the directors, to the staff that are there, the City of Toronto probably has the greatest complement of staff anywhere in all of Canada, never mind anywhere else. The demands that they have to meet, the complexity of the developments, the work that we're doing, and the city that is being built now is record, and I've never seen anything like it, the pressures that we have and what's being created. And as the elected officials, we sometimes face the backlash of the problems of the infrastructure not being in place. We have to address that, and we're trying to through different means. But in no way should we not be meeting our key performance indicators? And right now is the only opportunity I have to try and do that, because we might not be able to take the rate-supported cut. That may be where it has to take a hit at first until we bring the staff in and raise the fees to an appropriate level. But council has to understand that what's driving the economics of this city and this country is development and building. That's the busiest industry, and we can't stop it. So our staff are great, and the work that the city does and all the members of council working at it. We do need things to continue, like Mr. Brown brought up to us. Pre-consultation is important, not just between the divisions when we get it, but with the applicants, because many times when they come in, if we have the time and the staffing to do that, we'll get a better application in front of us, and they'll understand the direction that we want to go in before they spend the money on hiring consultants and architects to draw buildings that we're never going to look at approving, that aren't realistic within the realm of what should be there. And then they've committed themselves to all these funds, and they say, but I need that because of the cost and my costs incurred. You have to drive development on good development, not on the cost of the land or the cost to prepare the plans. That's the only way to drive a good city to go forward and meet the expectations we have. And we need the consultations for the roundtables that are happening, or the community consultation, because I have to tell you, Toronto is the leader in that. The province is adopting our models and going out and talking to people. You have to continue that. That's our role, is consultation. That's where we're at. We really need the province to step in, as we've asked before, and stop appeals of our official plan where we don't think it's right. You have an OP, you meet your growth targets, we've said it before, you've got to stop that. It's like a roundtable that we can't get off that is allowing people to break the system when we're doing everything we should do, and the cost to taxpayers and what it sets as an idea of I'll just appeal it and I'll go to the board. Then if that's going to be the way that the province works in the city and allows these appeals of our official plan to continue, then just stop us from doing development review and do it yourself. If you're not going to allow people to be involved and proper staff to be involved, and you're going to let a development application be adjudicated by one person that the province has picked, that's not in the public interest. And that's the failure of the Ontario Municipal Board, is there's one chair that sits in a meeting and adjudicates it based on technical matters and doesn't give the weight that it should have to an official plan that should be given a tremendous amount of weight, because that's the visionary document for the city, and we are meeting with that and exceeding what the province has asked us to do. Preliminary reports, don't stop them. Being online is so great for many of us as members of councils, because you can tell your staff, you can find all about the application, what they're asking for, what the concerns are, and then you can be involved. The fact that we're not meeting at targets and has come to us in this manner really isn't the right way should have come here. Councillor Perks has been asking about it at council. My colleagues have. I feel my role as chair of the committee is not to represent just my community, but to represent the city. And I've heard it from all of you. Planning is not working effectively. Well, why wasn't that here before? If these things are happening in the division or because of other divisions, it's not meant to be negative on the staff for not meeting those targets. We have to know that you're not meeting them so we can look at the rationale and see whether it's efficiencies that you may have to find or it's staffing that may be needed. But what happened with the Committee of Adjustment and saying we got so lousy in our turnaround that we're actually going to reduce fees is from the sublime to ridiculous. It really is. You're doing lousy service, so charge less and keep them at a lousy rate. It's not right. But it should be here in front of us. This was such a struggle to bring it here. This was such a struggle to bring this in front of a committee of council that when my colleagues have been asking me, I said, I don't know how to do this. And usually I can find a way to do most things. And we only have part of the information now, and I don't think the Budget Committee has all of it, and we're going to have to work through the Mayor's office and our Budget Chair to understand the importance of what we're asking for here, because it's different than the rest of the committees. We have to be sure that we run this right. But this has to come here in front of us. So I really want to thank the staff for the report. That was great. But I really want to thank each member of council that has continued to express their concerns over how the planning division is working and the problems in their areas and taking the time to come here and speak to this and speak to me and work on this. The only way we're going to fix this is by working together, and now we have to work on the fix. And I believe that the industry will pay for appropriate and prompt budget review that's reasonable, because let me tell you, the cost for them to hold on to land and pay consultants to review and spend the time and spin the wheel, from what I understand, is substantially more than paying in a fee. However, Build Toronto BILD has written a letter saying, show me. You owe us to show us what you're spending the money on and where it's going, and they absolutely have the right to say that, because we have to show that we're working efficiently. So I have the two motions. I support the other motions. I think Councillor Wong has one. I'm sorry, because I'm glad that the Speaker didn't say anything. I just noticed the time. Someone should have brought it to my attention. But I appreciate that, so I broke the rules on it. Thank you to all of you that's been here. Let's hope that this is the start of making a better process. We have a good process, but we don't have a 2011 process. We have nowhere near the timelines that the Fraser report showed us from 4 years ago to tell us where we're at. We're way out of that. We're nowhere near that, and that's because of the number of complaints that everyone hears from the mayor's office on down. So let's fix the process so those people that are complaining about not getting an application through promptly, we can turn around and say, it's your fault, because you're not responding properly, and you're not dealing with what we've asked you to do in the report, and you're not adhering to what our official plan says, and you're not giving complete applications because we have the staff and the ability to do that. I really want to see that happen, not the current model that we're in. Thank you. Councillor Fillion, you have questions of the speaker.
I give your rant a like, but
well, thank you.
Just on the Committee of Adjustment fees, my concern is that just keeping them at the same level does not nearly address the problem.
So I can respond to you. That's $2 million that's going to go for 15 staff people across the C of A's if we keep them the same. The Chief Planner advised me. I think 15 staff through the C of A's will more than be able to meet the level that's there now. And if not, then we can review it after. But
sorry, just to be clear then, these are clarification.
you asked me, so I'll answer what I know.
But are you saying that if we keep the fees the same, we will be hiring 15 additional C of A staff?
I'm not going to bring the Chief Planner to the floor to tell me unless I'm wrong, but if I'm right, it'll be 15 staff across the city, C of A, additional.
Additional
staff, new staff.
I'm not bringing it to the floor. That's what I've been told.
All right.
This question is of myself. I've been told it's 15 additional people. We still have time for you to ask your questions directly before we go.
And I'll
Council.
pursue that offline perhaps
Go for it.
for council, but okay.
Are there other questions of the move of the motion? You're really thinking there, Mr. Campbell. Councillor. I appreciate that. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam, I believe you wish to speak as well, and your motion is now ready.
It's for item 2, so we could make a decision on item 1 first.
Oh, well, we're doing with both together. This is on item 2, but we'll vote on them separately then? You can speak to item 2. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think everything has been said about item 1, so I'm going to speak to the next item. I have a very short motion, and it's essentially one sentence, and that's to direct the Chief Planner to ensure that all key performance indicators are met and that staff have the capacity to proactively achieve the positive city building outcomes through the development review process, which is exactly what she said that she'd like to do in her report, minus maybe the meeting of the key performance indicators, which I think was largely left unspoken to with some dated information. I'm hoping that what we do here at the committee is to ensure that our planning staff have the tools and resources that they need to do an excellent job for the city. Our communities are looking for assistance, and I think the development industry has said loud and clearly now that they want to get things done a little bit more quickly. But that's always the case with every business person. They want surety, they want some guarantees that their applications are going to be reviewed in a timely fashion, because we've all heard the slogan that time is money. What I'm concerned about is the quality of the work, to be quite honest. And I would say that in my 6 years here at City Council, I've had an opportunity to review applications large and small. Some of the tallest towers in this entire nation are sitting in Ward 27, with more coming down the pipeline. We also have, I've also now seen planning staff get very fatigued. My observations are they want the application to just wrap up and go away. Now, it has a lot to do with the fact that it's the workload, it's the Ontario Municipal Board, it's the quality of the community consultations that we're now engaged in. Those are all things that we have to keep our eye on the ball regarding. But I'm actually a little bit concerned. Actually, I should say I'm very concerned about the quality of work, because I see that they're struggling to deliver the very best planning decisions and rationale for us. And we may not always agree, because sometimes we will come to different conclusions. But I am observing that the staff are stressed. And the stress manifests itself in different ways. It could be the fact that we're not going to dot every I and cross every T, and which is why councillors and the planning staff, plus the applicants, are struggling to the very last minute on the floor of council trying to get resolutions. Sitting in Toronto East Shore Community Council, there are last-minute reports that are filed, supplementary reports that show up on the day of the council meeting, which nobody has any time to review. And that really is a challenge for us as political leaders, for the communities to respond to in a manner that I think is responsible, because we have barely enough time to respond to the supplementary reports and the final recommendations coming out where the ink is not even dry. And so to me, it's about the quality of the work. And what I'm really most concerned about more than anything else is that if we're not able to do this work with integrity, and I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm saying it's challenged. It is very, very challenged, and there's a human price to be paid when you have staff that are working into the late evenings. And I have received, I send off an email at 2 o'clock in the morning and I get a response. Now, I was hoping that I would not get a response, come in the morning and respond to me, but I am getting responses late in the evening. I'm getting a response in the afternoon, and I think that one of those reasons why they're responding at all hours of the day is because if they don't respond quickly, it will just pile up and they won't ever catch up. And it is already very difficult for them to catch up. So to me, the most important thing is the integrity and the quality of the work. And you cannot humanly ask more people to do more things and give them less resources to do that. And I don't want the City of Toronto to not be a great model of employer. I want us to attract the very best talent, the very best planners, the very best urban designers. But if they know that they're going to be coming out of school or being recruited from the private sector, but they're going to be overworked and underpaid at the city, how on earth are we going to retain and attract that very best top talent? And those are the people that we want working at the city, not necessarily burning people out and essentially using them and spitting them out. And that's not the kind of place that I think the City of Toronto can be, and that's certainly not the model employer that we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two items. We can go with item 1 first. There's some motions. Staff did a brief, minor change to one of the Committee of Adjustment as well, which will pop up after. This one, Councillor Fillion, were you going to withdraw your motion in light of the fact that? Yeah, sure. So Councillor Fillion's withdrawing his motion, in light of my motion here, based on the assurance that this planning staff will actually, and the other divisions will get this done in time. What's the signals all about? Okay, so we have to vote on the first one. Can you put my first motion back up? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The second motion I had was for the Committee of Adjustment. Staff did a separate line in it that we not reduce the fee. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. a vote to allow Councillor Fillion to withdraw his motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. This motion in front of us here, which, so I'm moving that. It doesn't say it, but that's to do the rest of the recommendations. I'm moving that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Is there anything else on one? Councillor Campbell? We're all voted for them. The C of A was separate, so I don't know, I didn't write that one. Did that,
Councillor Campbell is correct. That motion will be amended by your motion B when it goes to council.
so what I'm supposed to tell you is that motion will be amended by motion B when it goes to council. Did I repeat that perfectly? Yes. Look how good I can. So although you're not a member, but everyone has supported everything so far. And then on the second item in front of us, there's one motion from Councillor Wong Tam regarding the key performance indicators to be sure that they're met. All those in favor? I need some people to vote. Opposed? That's carried. We have now completed the two items?
Yes.
Okay, so we have now completed the two items, and thank you again for all of that. One of the items was brought to my attention that item number 9 did have a speaker, although we had adopted it. Is Karen Buck here? Because if she's here, I'll reopen it. If she's not, I'll just consider that it's fine.
She is here.
She is here?
So motion to reconsider.
I didn't see you.
She is here.
Then I'll talk to Karen myself and see if she needs us to do that, and if she does, then I'll reopen it to see if we have to deal with that. We have an item that Councillor has asked that we deal with because she's here. Item number 8, there's one speaker. Are the members okay to, there's no other speakers, I don't think there's any other issues with it.
Item number 3.
Item number 3, 8
Yes.
Oak Street. Are the members
Yes.
okay to stay for an additional 10 minutes and complete the item for Councillor Nunziata? Sorry. Well, Councillor Nunziata would like us to deal with number 3. There's one speaker, and I'm sure he'll be quite quick because he knows we're all waiting
Mr. Chairman,
here.
I have a resident that's here that's been, it will be a quick item.
Oh, if it's not quick, then we can't stay.
Huh?
I only have one speaker here, Patrick Harrington. Okay, so there's a motion to hear from the deputants on item number 3, which I understand are more than one. There's 2 now?
Just 2.
The resident and Mr. Harrington?
Yes.
Are we okay with that? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So, Mr. Harrington, where are you? There you are. Why don't you come up and speak? You have 5 minutes. And then if there's a resident that wishes to speak, I hope you have. If not yet, would you register with the clerk? They're over here. Someone can come. Do you have a resident on there or not? Okay. Let's go, Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Patrick Harrington. I'm a lawyer with Airden Burles, and I'm a representative of Satin Finish Hardware Flooring, the applicant in this matter. The application was filed almost 3 years ago. It was filed before Council's adoption of OPA 231. The staff opinion and recommendation is that the site remain under a general employment designation, which is the more permissive of the 2 employment designations, as it allows commercial and retail uses. The application is for a conversion to a neighborhood use designation, and the current form of the application is to permit 509 units developed in 2 townhouse blocks, 2 8-story buildings, and a 6-story assisted living facility. I'm not going to spend the balance of my 4 minutes trying to convince you to overturn the staff recommendation. That would be a useless exercise. What I am asking this committee to do is to modify slightly the recommendation that you have in front of you. The recommendation is for you to attend to oppose at the Ontario Municipal Board. The recommendation that I'm asking that you add today is a direction to staff to proceed to mediation with my client in advance of the July 27 hearing. In our submission, there are opportunities for discussion with staff, with the community, with the councillor, to try to come up with a solution for this site that works to address the city's objectives while at the same time allowing my client to bring a product to market that makes sense. And I'll use the balance of my time to give you 3 points that is driving my client's request for a conversion on this particular site. One is the nature of the Oak Street corridor itself, and what you have in front of you is a visual showing the location of the site, and what you'll see along this corridor is a sea of yellow, which indicates low-rise residential, one purple, which is the employment use of Visioneering, which is across the street from us and across the railroad tracks. The other quadrants around the particular site are retail uses, being the Crossroads Business Center and the Real Canadian Superstore. And then across the street, you have another installation of low-rise residential. There is also at the intersection of Oak and Weston Road some high-rise residential. So in our submission, the area over time is evolving more towards a retail residential type of infill dwellings than the traditional employment use that has historically been applied to this particular area. And that brings me to my second point, which was in 2004, my client Satin Finish actually joined with the city and Visioneering in opposing a new residential installation across the street. That's the 19A to 25B Oak Street across the street. There was an OMB hearing, and the applicant in that case was successful. I'll note that Mr. Brown was actually the solicitor on behalf of the applicant in that one. But that was an opportunity for my client to actually state that he was an industrial user at the time and was concerned about the conversion of the area to residential uses. That was 9 years ago. And the march towards a more residential and retail-focused corridor has occurred ever since then, which is why 3 years ago my client applied for a conversion to a more residential use. So while my client has made its best efforts to make a go of it, and it has ultimately decided to move its employment operations elsewhere within the city, so there's no net job losses for the city. But for this particular site, the belief is now that the transformation of this corridor to a more retail residential usage is nearing its completion, and we don't want to be the lone remnant parcel of employment in this particular quadrant. The last point I'll make is with respect to employment. At its height, Satin Finish Hardware generated about 50 employees. The revised proposal, originally the proposal was for a 99 townhouse unit block. It is now revised to a more higher density block, but it also includes an assisted living facility. That use alone would generate more than 50 jobs. And so the idea being is that there's more than one way to achieve the objectives that both sides want to achieve. My client wants to be able to bring a residential product to market in this area. The city wants to achieve some job-generating uses on the site, which is why we're suggesting today that mediation might be an appropriate option. There's at least 6 months before we get to a hearing. The Bill 73 amendments to the Planning Act certainly encourage the municipal authority to engage in mediation where appropriate, and we're simply asking for council's direction to staff that they explore that mediation option before we all go to our corners and try to duke this one out. That's approximately my time, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion has a question of you.
Mr. Harrington, I'm guessing that you're aware that staff don't need any direction from us to consider any mediation. Is that correct?
Certainly, it's my understanding that staff are free to pursue mediation. The recommendation is that the staff attend the Ontario Municipal Board to oppose, and we certainly wanted to make sure that staff had the freedom to explore certain opportunities for resolution.
But my question is, you're aware that they have that freedom without any direction from council?
Certainly, they have that freedom.
So then why are you asking us to impose it on them?
I think it's an appropriate direction given the recommendation that's before you today.
So you want us to tell them to do something that would be in your interest that they otherwise wouldn't want to do. Would that be correct?
There's no indication that staff doesn't want to do it.
And why would you be asking us to direct them? If they're able to, if they want to, and you would like them to, then why are you asking us to direct them?
I think today was an opportunity for my client to show why we're pursuing the application we are and to encourage this committee to direct council to sit down with us and explore those opportunities.
Question of legal staff. Mr. Haley, do you need any direction from council or this committee if you saw any benefit in additional mediation?
It's the city solicitor that directs the administration of the...
All right, we don't have staff on the floor right now, just the deputants. So I'll have to come back to that. Question of the deputy.
Well,
I know.
I gave up with the deputy. I'd like the
No, it's-
solicitor to answer.
It's, do with the deputant first. I have one more deputant, and that was what we
Okay,
were
then
asking.
we'll ask the city solicitor.
That's what we were asking, and we permitted right now as a deputants to speak during the lunch time. Thank you very much if there's no other questions. Then we have one other speaker. It's Jillian Sidner, or Zeidner. No, we're glad you stayed here. We spent the time on the other issue this morning.
Particular property, and I'm speaking in support of the city in having the opportunity to fully explore the points that they have put forward. In particular, since I live on the street, there is the placement of this property. The feed off from the 401 westbound onto Western Road, you can drive directly into the complex, the retail complex. And in the rush hour, this is what people do in order to avoid going onto Western Road, going south and along the south side of the street, onto Oak Street. So they race through. It's terrible, the congestion. And then also at the rush hour, I live blocks down west of this location, and I've had it so that the traffic jams come to my property. It's that long. This is several blocks. So there's already a lot of congestion. And in the Christmas and various times, it's incredibly hard to get out of there because there's only two outlets, basically, out of that complex. The one that faces this exit from the 401 and the one straight onto Oak Street. So that in considering putting in a high-density operation on that property, the superstore is already this moment in the process of building another commercial unit on their parking lot, which further reduces their parking, which proximate people in the high-rise or the townhouses on the south side, they're already imposing on that parking lot to the point where the superstore has just put in a parking meter to try and get these people that are using their facility for extra parking. Now there's this landlocked parcel because they have the railway track on one side, they've got the retail on the north side, so they only have the entrance onto this little cut-through road that's a rush hour racing track, or onto Oak Street. And then the people head west across in front of my house. So that the police, in fact, are always on that street to go after people. I hear their sirens going as they chase people down the street because people are racing through there. It's 40 kilometers strip, and the people race through. So it's very important that the city is given their full opportunity to explore this zoning situation. And I support them in not allowing the OMB to come in and look at a bit of paperwork and a presentation from an applicant and be biased. So they need the city's total input on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. So, members of committee, I have asked the chief planner whether this is looking for seek direction from council, but the hearing's not until next summer. So my understanding is that if we defer this until our January meeting, it will have no effect on our ability to go to the hearing and still support staff's refusal, but will give the applicant an opportunity, if he so wishes, to talk to city staff to see if there's any way to find a resolution to the matter that's satisfactory to the staff. So I'm only asking you if you'd like to move it for a deferral to the January meeting.
Mr.
And if
Chairman,
not, then we'll come back after lunch and deal with it.
I just need to speak for a minute.
But Councillor Fillion wants to speak on it, and there may be some other opinions. Would you like to speak before we break, Councillor?
Are there other members of the committee that want to speak on it?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll come back from
So
that.
we'll come back after lunch. Then we're adjourned until 1:30. Thank you all for staying.
This meeting room is being locked over the lunch period. If you could please leave. Thank you.
Thanks, Janice.
Good afternoon. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
So I need Councillor Fillion and Councillor Wong Tam to join us in the meeting so we can get going. I only have 5 minutes left to meet quorum. If you're within earshot, I would appreciate you coming back to the committee room. So we can call the meeting to order, which we'll do. And I'll let my staff know that we have Councillor Wong Tam here. And the item we were dealing with was item number 3. Councillor Nunziata, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, did anybody have any questions to staff? No?
Does anyone have any questions of staff on item number 3? Don't see any.
Okay. So I'll speak on it. So, Chairman, I would ask if one of the members can move the staff recommendation that's before you. Just to give you a bit of history, In 2013, the applicant came forward actually to Planning and Growth and asked, they wanted to convert, for conversion at 8 Oak Street to residential. And at that time, the Planning and Growth Committee refused their request, and so it went to the Ontario Municipal Board. And they had a pre-hearing, I believe, a few months ago in 2016. What's frustrating is that in 2015, I held a public meeting with residents, and at that time, the applicant had submitted an application to the city, and their application was for 99 townhouses. And at that time, the city's position still was no to the conversion, and residents had concerns with the conversion. And then in October of 2016, just last month, I held another meeting because I was told this report was coming to Planning and Growth, and that there was an OMB hearing scheduled for July 2017. But to my surprise, the applicant went from 99 townhouses to 500. The difference in 1 year. And of course, that was a shock to all of us. And the input from the community as well is that no, they were opposed to the conversion, and they were opposed to the 500 units that the applicant had brought forward. So I know that the hearing is in July 2017. I ask that we support the staff recommendation and go to the Ontario Municipal Board. And the applicant mentioned that in 9 years ago, and he's absolutely correct, 9 years ago, across the street from the plaza, there was a parcel of land that was requested for conversion, and the city at that time refused the conversion as well, and it went to the Ontario Municipal Board, and there was a few townhouses built across the street. So the applicant's correct on that did happen 9 years ago, and it ended up at the OMB. But I'm asking that we refuse this application and send city staff in 2017 to represent the city's position, and that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak.
I'll move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Staff recommendations have been moved. I'll speak for a moment because Mr. Harrington was here. There's nothing to ever stop our staff from, any of the applicants from approaching our staff and looking if there's a way to find a resolution to any application that's here in front of us. In this case, staff report is quite clear as to the issues that they see. You're welcome to approach them. I know that they'll always take that, but the council has expressed some extreme concerns as to the direction that this has gone in, and I think the staff are very clear. So it's a early advice on this one, well before the hearing, of the concerns that are there. If your client wishes to make any changes or speak to staff, they'll always listen. Otherwise, I'm supporting the staff recommendation. So all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 4. There's speakers on the Echo Roof program. Karen Buck. Karen, if you'd like it to be on, we'll make sure it works for you.
Okay, just a minute.
Are you ready, Karen?
I am. So I'm here again just asking for just the best program ever, for the best, sort of the most efficient use of our money. So when I was looking at the eco roofs, I really didn't know what a cool roof was until about a week ago. And then I started looking at some this reports, and the Toronto Green Standard Efficiency Workshop report got me looking at 3 different building types: MURBs, high-rise office buildings, and there's another one here, retail. I don't know if I can get all 3 of them on at the same time. But what this started showing me was the fact that I became less of a fan of cool roofs, and I just wondered if it wasn't more efficient to put insulation in a roof rather than go for a cool roof. And the reason is that the energy efficiency quotient, or the intensity of energy use, if we're really trying as a city to bring down greenhouse gases, it's really important to choose really deep, low carbon solutions. So if you look at MURBs, high-rise office buildings, and the retail sector, they all show that for space cooling, it's around 5% use of energy, whereas in space heating, it's about 37 to 39%. So if you were going to choose a winner, I think that you would try to do something about the bringing down the space heating of the building in opposition maybe, or in conjunction with the cool roof or the space cooling. So I'm just asking, you know, when you're looking at the energy intensity and your target is to have the least amount of greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere, which is the best solution for the best spending of your money? And I'm wondering if there is an incentive that is less expensive to insulate as well as putting on a cool roof. Anyway, it just dawned on me that I was interested in this, and I know we're going to have a great deal of difficulty meeting 2050 targets of greenhouse gases in the city of Toronto. So I think that every time we come across an opportunity to choose which is the best energy intensity gain, then I think that we should always be reevaluating and evaluating our programs to do the best that we can. And that's it.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions of the deputants? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there questions of staff? Councillor Jabir-Maker? That's an extra fee? We'll just track the staff time and we'll take it from your office budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the appropriate staff. I've just put up 2 motions that I'm asking the chair or another member of the committee to move on my behalf today. The first motion includes asks the staff report to be changed to include not just schools, but not-for-profit corporations to be eligible for green roof incentives provided by the city regardless of site. Through you, Mr. Chair, are staff comfortable with that motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we are.
And you don't think there'll be an undue, I'll call it stampede, if we open that door to nonprofit organizations? Are there many building new buildings, and do you think that they would, if you will, deplete your reserve or your fund?
Well, it's hard to predict, Councillor, but of course we would monitor, and if there was a stampede, we would take appropriate action.
Okay, and then the second motion asks for a staff report back to this committee, looking at considering and providing the incentives beyond the mandatory portion as required by the green roof bylaw. Again, are you comfortable or supportive of that motion?
As currently written, yes, we're okay with it.
Okay, and I just wanted to get to that first because that's my actual motion. In terms of questions in the report, I think on page 13 of the report, it says that the grants currently cover about 10% to 25% of the cost of building a green roof. Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I flipped the page, which sort of jumped out at me. I think you did a case study in the city of Toronto. I think it's page 14. You're saying to us that when your consultants looked at projects within the city of Toronto, the average cost was $371 per square meter?
So those were 6 case studies. The thing to note, though, those are retrofits, that average cost. It's not where the first number is an average, whether it's new construction and or retrofits.
So if the average cost of a retrofit is $371 per square foot, and our incentive is maybe in this report $100 per square meter, and the incentive may be $100 per square meter, we're not covering even half the cost to construct that portion of green roof. We might hit a third if we're lucky, using those examples.
You're correct. That's what's presented in the report.
So we're not giving them a 50% incentive or grant. We're giving them, at best, we'd say maybe a third as a ballpark number.
I mean, it should clarify. I mean, it does vary, right? There is a lot of variability, particularly when you're talking about retrofits. I mean, obviously, it all depends on the age of the building, the type of roof that's there. So on average, though, yes, it's probably around a 1/3 or 25 to 30%.
Okay. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, I think, and is one of the reasons you're recommending removing the cap, because again, I'll do two quick examples. In my ward, we have a French Catholic high school being built. They wanted to build 61% green roof. We, the city, have a $100,000 cap on the grants, and so they came back to us and said, we're not building a 61% green roof, we're building what's legally required and nothing more, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So we would have missed the opportunity where there was a willing host with a massive green roof on a massive high school with 2,000 high school students in it. We basically said to them, sorry, you'll build the minimum and nothing more. The current guidelines, I guess, restricted us from helping a school build a green roof.
Yes. Well, building the green roof to the extent that they would like to.
Right, and again, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm working with the Toronto Wildlife Centre, who's currently in Downsview Park. They're moving into the Rouge Park and building a new hospital. According to the current guidelines, my understanding is they would not qualify for a green roof, even though they're a public charity doing work that we would otherwise do, but they wouldn't qualify for a grant even if they wanted to build a green roof.
Under the current terms and conditions of the program, they wouldn't be eligible because it's a new construction and the actual green roof bylaw would apply to them right now.
Okay, and so my first motion would allow groups like them, whether it be the Toronto Wildlife Centre or Evergreen Brickworks, or perhaps a private school, a religious school, whoever they may be, they could come in and they could apply.
For new construction, they're already eligible for retrofits, but yes, for new construction, this amendment would allow them to apply for a grant, just like the schools.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, just more clarification. What do we bring in terms of revenue from the green roof bylaw year? Is it the 610 that's going into the fund, or is it substantially more?
Help me again here.
So far we brought in that much.
Sorry, so between 2012 and 2016, the total amount of money brought in cash in lieu is just over 5 million.
Okay, so it's $1 million a year, and then the city adds an additional 600,000 approximately a year, is that correct?
Sorry.
It says,
No, the city doesn't put any money into this program. The program is self-sustaining in that it is reliant totally on the cash in lieu funds for the administration and the grants.
oh, okay, all right, that's all my clarification, thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam had questions, and Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to understand the cost difference between not having a green roof on average per square meter, and then what an average cost is for your conventional roofing material and construction.
Through you, Mr. Chair. A conventional roof in our research has we found to be less than $100 per square meter, substantially less than that. For green roofs, in the Toronto example, we have from the green roof industry $182 per square meter for a green roof. And that is a blend of new construction and retrofits. And then based on the 6 in-depth case studies that we did on retrofit projects that we funded through the EcoRoof program, we found that on average it was $371 per square meter to install a green roof.
So the $182 per square meter, that's the incremental cost moving from conventional roofing material and insulation to a sort of a bona fide green roof. Is that correct?
It's the total cost.
The total cost. So that's not the incremental cost. And then the recommendation to raise the incentive from $75 to $100 per square meter doesn't even cover any incremental costs.
What we're trying to do is close the gap between the conventional roof and a green roof and offer an incentive to make that a more attractive technology to choose.
Do you think currently the incentives are strong enough, even if we raise the dollar value to $100 per square meter for recapture? Is that enough to bring in more people online? Because it seems the costs are to not do the right thing is just you're rewarded because it's just so much cheaper to install something that is conventional, that's not green, that's not eco. Are we giving enough incentive?
That's a difficult question to answer. I can't speak for property owners and their decision-making. Obviously, stakeholders have given us feedback that our current incentive of $75 per square meter is not enough to encourage the choice of a green roof, so we've opted to increase it by 100.
The other thing I would add is the incentive that we're proposing is also in line with best practice from other municipalities in North America that have a similar program, particularly with Washington, D.C., which currently is rated as the #1 city in North America in terms of the number of green roofs they have.
And what's their uptake comparing Toronto to Washington, what's their uptake on their green roof program, the incentives, considering they're ranked #1 and we're #2?
I'm not sure that we have that number in front of us, other than they have more green roofs than we do in Toronto, but it is a combination of the regulations like our green roof bylaw and the incentive program. But as I said, the proposed changes that we're recommending for the EcoRoof program put us in line with what Washington's doing.
So that'll get us in line to at least on par with Washington.
Yes.
And are there any cities and jurisdictions that actually have a mandatory green roof bylaw, the eco bylaw? It's just, if you want to build in this city, the greenest city in the world, like if that was an aspiration for the city of Toronto, this is how we expect you to build.
So as you know, Councillor, I mean, City of Toronto has the bylaw in place already for new construction. As I understand it, there are very few municipalities in North America that have a bylaw like Toronto for new construction. I'm not aware of any municipality that has a bylaw that would require it as a mandatory retrofit.
And just out of curiosity, because I know that there's some friendly competition between Vancouver and Toronto, the mayor of Vancouver has declared that Vancouver will be the greenest city in the world. They have major aspirational goals to achieve those offsets, carbon and what have you. How do we rank with Vancouver? Because if we're number 2, they must be further behind than we are.
Well, I don't believe Vancouver has a green roof program similar to Toronto at all.
Through the chair, that's correct. And in addition, just the scale of the new development that's taken place in the City of Toronto and combined with the requirement means there's been a significant a number of green roofs that have been built in the city.
Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Campbell?
How was the $100 per square meter figure arrived at?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we selected the $100 per square meter by looking at what other jurisdictions were doing, and as previously mentioned, that's on par with what Washington, D.C. is offering. And in our research, we discovered that we're currently covering between 10 and 25% of the cost of insulation. So we wanted to increase that to help cover a larger and more meaningful percentage of costs. And due to the fact that our program does focus primarily on retrofits, which tend to be more costly to install, we recommend a higher incentive to compensate for those greater expenditures.
Didn't you say that the cost to retrofit a green roof is $182 per square meter?
That's an average, yes.
So then $75 of 182 is more than 10 or 25%. It's more like 40%.
That 182 figure is a blend of new construction, which tends to be a lot lower, and retrofits, which is higher. Based on our 6 retrofit case studies, we arrived at the number of 371 per square meter.
And why was there no recommendation to increase the cash in lieu amount of $200 per square meter? Would that not give you more financial flexibility to increase the incentive?
Through the chair, that'll be dealt with in our review of the Green Roof Bylaw, which will come forward next year.
So why are we not doing that right now when we're making this change?
The cash in lieu for the green roofs is under the Green Roof Bylaw, and we're reviewing and updating the bylaw in 2017. We'll review that at that point in time.
Okay, what are the energy savings per square meter for a green roof? Annual energy savings? We know that, right?
Sorry,
Yes.
just give us a minute. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you refer to page 6 of the, oh, sorry, apologies. Page 10 of the report, there's table 4, which illustrates the environmental and economic benefits of the projects funded through the Eco-Roof Incentive Program. So in terms of energy efficiency, we've got some numbers there that show we're saving energy from our green roofs and our cool roofs, and in total, we're saving about $135,000 per square year.
So that's $135,000 for 190 completed projects, or for 240 completed projects?
For 240.
240. That's not a great savings on an annual basis, but
Chart in there, Councillor.
yeah, I'm looking at the chart, right?
Didn't get much at all.
And I had another question, just one second. So I guess what evidence do we have that just to come, I know you were comparing us to Washington, D.C. What evidence do we have that 100 is the right figure and not, 125 or 150 per square meter? To me, it just seems like an arbitrary number that was picked.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, the program is, we're constantly reviewing the program and evaluating things and looking through reviews like we just completed to try and find what that sweet spot is and what is the right incentive. So we're not over-incenting or under-incenting. And, I think it's only through implementation of this kind of change that we will get a better sense of, is this too little or too much?
Is this done in other GTA jurisdictions? Like Mississauga, Markham, Richmond Hill?
An eco-roof program? I don't believe so.
Okay. And if we remove the cap on maximums of 50,000 for cool roofs and 100,000, what's our potential exposure?
In terms of depleting the reserve fund too fast?
Yes.
So we've only actually to date had 2 projects that have, in terms of green roofs, that have hit the maximum of 100,000. It's fairly recently that we've had a project like the one that mentioned by the Councillor de Bearmaker, that if the cap was removed, that they would actually go further. Again, that would be something that we would have to evaluate, and as applications come in, if there is do get this sort of accelerated increase or applications that we didn't forecast, then we would move to put the cap back in place before the reserve is depleted.
Okay, thank you for the answer. That's all my questions.
Are there other questions? Can I ask, how many applications you received for more than 100,000 or more than the 50?
Thank you. Sorry. To date, the only application that we've received for more than 100,000 is the one that the councillor mentioned in his presentation.
And how much is that for?
Sorry, just give me a second here. It will be roughly just over 200,000, 210,000.
And is that the cost for the entire roof or the portion of difference between a green roof and a regular roof?
No, it would still only, it's basically the incremental cost between the regular roof and installing the green roof so it would be, I'm not sure exactly how much of the total cost would be, because we don't have from the school board yet.
Are you aware of any other school boards or institutions doing green roofs at their full cost?
On their own without?
Yep.
No, not on, no. There's, I believe we've supported 4 or 5 projects on schools to date, but they've all received financial assistance from us through this program.
You aware if this is the public school board that they were being asked to support, am I correct?
No, it's the French Catholic Board.
So it's the French Public Board. Do they get development levy similar to what the Catholic Board gets?
I'm not sure.
Can someone help me? Because I understand the difficulty at the public school board, the Toronto Public School Board, who doesn't have the same capital budget as the others do, but I know the Catholic School Board has a very generous reserve account.
I'm not 100% sure, Councillor, but I believe all 4 school boards operate under the same rules.
Okay, they don't. Okay, if you don't know, that's fine.
No, I don't know.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Councillor de Bearmaker, you want to speak, so you're asking us to move a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. If the clerks can put up the motions, I'm just asking yourself or a member of the committee to move the motions on my behalf. One is to allow the eligibility criteria to include not-for-profit corporations, which are places like the Toronto Wildlife Centre, who I've met with, and when I asked them why they weren't building a large green roof on a wildlife centre, they said because we can't afford it. We have to raise money to build our hospital, and we just can't afford a green roof. So there is a certain irony that a charity that's protecting wildlife isn't building a green roof because of the cost. They said they would certainly want to build one if they could get access to some partial subsidy, but the criteria need to be changed. As well, in terms of the cap for the French Catholic School Board, I don't know what their DCs and development-related charges are. I do know I've sat down with the school trustee and with the architects and all the administrative staff, They were hoping to build a 61% green roof. When the cost came in and they were capped at $100,000, their response was very simple: we just can't afford it, and therefore I think it was roughly 2,000 kids are going to be going to that high school. We're just going to do what's legally required, and we're not going to do any more. So I'm hoping that we can adopt the staff recommendations and my two recommendations. One, to help the French School Board build the high school with a larger green roof on it. And I would say that we as a council, when we get willing hosts, as our staff told us, in the history of this program, there's only been one grant that's been given out in the amount of $100,000. So there hasn't been a stampede of people running through the door wanting to build green roofs. And the reason is because they're expensive. So even when we provide a subsidy that hits about a third of their cost, we don't pay the full cost of the green roof. There's still a financial, of course, requirement from any of the applicants. So I'm hoping that we can provide that assistance. When I step back and think that certainly when I was first elected 13 years ago, this program didn't exist. And if we tried to find a green roof in the city of Toronto, I don't think we could have found one. I'm not aware that any existed even 13 years ago. Now we have, I'm seeing staff saying, no, there was none. There was maybe one before, okay. But now we have the equivalent of 99 football fields of green roofs, both white roofs and green roofs. 99 football fields is a lot of space, and the majority of those are white roofs, which help in temperature control for the city overall. And I think I realize now, after being here a little over a decade, that we are slowly as a community rebuilding our city. It may take us 50 or 100 years to rebuild the city, but the green development standard that we have in place is making our city stronger and more resilient and healthier. And the green roof bylaw that we have in this incentive program is making our city healthier and more resilient and more beautiful. So I strongly support the staff recommendations and hope committee members somebody will move and maybe support the two recommendations I put forward to committee as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll move those recommendations on your behalf, but I have an additional motion that I'll speak to. And it's simply, instead of removing the cap completely, which I have no problem removing if you have applications greater, the amendment that I have would be that there's an application for it and it comes through the committee process. I wouldn't want to see an application go in for a very large portion of what we have in the reserve because someone had that as a matter of I can ask for it and lose $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 if the program can be more successful and then if that reserve amount shrinks. So it's simply a matter of apply for more, bring it to the committee, we'll see what it is, we'll make a recommendation to council. Otherwise, I'm supportive of the program and the amendments that my colleague has. It's just anything over 50 and everything over 100. So the word maximum is going to come out, staff are asking. So if there's a request for over 50 or over 100, write your recommendations to committee. Committee can consider it, make recommendations to council. All in favor of, we can do all the motions together, and then and I'll move the balance of the recommendations. So we can do it all together. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 5, moving right along here. Again, we have Karen. Did you want to speak to us again about children? You got a very busy day here today.
Well, you hit all of the things that I really have thought about for a long time. So I'm a big fan of the green roof, not so much of the cool roof, but I am a huge fan of larger units in multi-residential buildings for families. I'm not a huge fan of big high-rises, so I would prefer that those families and those units are in 6 to 8 story buildings, or actually are using the first 6 to 8 stories for those kinds of larger units for families with children. I think it's really important for older people and families to be close to the ground and easily accessible if there's an emergency of getting out. Or if there's a cutoff of electricity, it's not so far to go up and down. Anyway, I just really support this, and I think it's a great move on the part of the city to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. So, members, are there questions of staff? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I just want to have a better sense. Like, I recognize that this is a report for us to receive and to consider and to receive, but with respect to the next phase of work, as you're reporting out, there's implementation requirements to get to this outcome, family size units. Can you give us a sneak peek of what we might anticipate in terms of what's coming down the pipeline?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're looking at developing a handbook, which is part resource for the development community and also external stakeholders, as well as having some design guidelines in there, and also looking at implementing policy. We currently have two major secondary plan reviews underway, both for the downtown and Young Eglinton. And both of those secondary plans would be looking toward implementing official plan policies that would be securing larger size units for families. So there would be OP policies in the secondary plan, as well as design guidelines that would be effective citywide.
But that does not. That's only dealing with the two specific areas with respect to the Midtown Secondary Plan and TO Core. What about the rest of the city, Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke?
At this time, the design guidelines would be available for both. We could, and it will be part of our consideration in terms of the final report, we could look at implementing policies in those secondary plan areas as well.
Guidelines are oftentimes treated by applicants as, optional. They're not necessarily, they don't see them as mandatory requirements. They're not prescriptive enough. Are you going to make these guidelines more prescriptive, so it's not optional?
Well, one of our learnings is that in terms of the guidelines, the elements that we want to make prescriptive, we actually put into official plan policies. That was recently done through the Tower Setback Separation District, as you know, through Toronto East York Community Council. We would look at putting official plan policies that would speak to not just the sort of the bedroom type, because what we've seen in our study is that alone does not prescribe good quality housing for families, but have certain elements described in terms of the conditions that would meet the family housing piece. So we have to turn our mind to the implementation of that.
And would the recommendations and the guidelines, some of those prescriptive descriptions, would you consider supporting creating incentives to building family-sized units? So, for example, right now, if you want to build a 3-bedroom condominium, development charges are higher than a 1-bedroom or bachelor. What about reversing that model in terms of providing financial incentives to create more family-sized units?
So through further discussions on development charges, because this has been raised in the past, we'll be having discussions with our colleagues in corporate finance with respect to development charges. We're also going to be looking at family housing through the OP, and we've started to do that now with respect to a number of the secondary plans, and we are looking at inclusionary zoning. Bill 7, which has had its second reading, will also be coming to council, and we will be speaking to inclusionary zoning policies within the official plan, hopefully in 2017 when the legislation is released.
Oftentimes, developers will cite that they have trouble selling these family-sized units. There isn't the quicker absorption rate into the market. But those the larger family-sized units are oftentimes a standalone afterthought. So the rest of the building doesn't support family living, where you don't have family, children-friendly amenities. They don't think of it as holistic, integrated urban planning and design. Will your recommendations through the next phase of report out also consider the additional resources and amenities that a building has to consider to support the sale and the encouragement of developing family-sized units. Is that coming?
Yes, and actually in the report, you'll see that we've done, the study is done on 3 scales: the unit, the neighborhood, the unit, the building, and the neighborhood. And we're looking at both what a quality family unit size would be and the elements of that, what buildings need to provide both in terms of internal and external amenity space, use of the lobby space, other additional space, perhaps even on the floors, et cetera. And we're also looking at the neighborhood, turning our mind to what we as a city would need to encourage, and also what the development community could do in terms of the public space and public realm, and transit and community infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions from committee members, can I get a motion to accept staff recommendations? Anyone wish to speak on the item before we do that?
Speak very quickly. I just think this is a very important policy that's being developed, and I recognize that there are times where there's market pushback on certain things that the city will do. I can't think of one of the, this is one of the most important things that we have to do as we're building a community, communities that are tall and vertical. But my observations are, when we are approving these applications, there is a bit of ad hocery. If the councillors or this planning staff decide that this is their priority, asking for a minimum requirements of family-sized units, we will secure it by way of convenience through Section 37. If it's not on someone's radar, it's not their priority, it just slips right through. And the fact that you have I think I saw over 40% of people living in these households are with children, and yet we're building a substantially much lower number of family-sized units. We're going to be building monolithic communities that don't support the diversity of housing options. So my encouragement to you is to keep going and be as aggressive as possible setting forth this agenda and the new policy framework. Because right now, as it stands, it's not happening, and I know you know that. So, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Motion to accept staff recommendations by Councillor Campbell. All in favor? Opposed? Approved. Thank you. So we're going to move to item PG 16.6, response to the provincial consultation on reforming the Ontario Municipal Board. Councillor Campbell held the item. Do you have any questions, Councillor?
Can we defer this?
We can defer it. There's enough time. We checked over the break. There's enough time. It can come back to committee.
What's our next meeting? When is our next? What we're trying to find out is whether we can defer this to the next meeting and have sufficient time to get it to council and get it to the province on time.
That's January 31 council.
I don't know. The chief planner was suggesting it might be able to, but she was checking.
So we're required to report back to the province by December 18th. If this comes back to committee, then it would be at council in January. So we would miss that deadline, but we could provide a letter of comments instead, which we've done in the past when the timeline has been too short to turn around. So it's entirely at committee's discretion whether your preference is to bring it forward. The challenge here is that we received the provincial materials on October 5th, which is not very long ago, and the date to get back to them was December 18th. So it was very difficult for us to pull together this report prior to this committee meeting. But I take Councillor Shiner's concerns that it wasn't received in advance, and as a result, it might be difficult for it to be fully considered at this meeting.
So would you like a
brief presentation as to what's in it, and then send it to council without recommendation. So right now it's here for questions. Councillor Campbell, questions of staff.
Was the intention that we receive deputations and input from the public? Because if this goes directly to council, that will not occur.
Through the chair, it's important to note that, no, that was not the case, that there has been a public process that is parallel to this. The recommendations and the response that we provided here today is a outcome of an earlier consultation that took place with the public that led us to giving a first recommendation to the province. They then took our comments, they decided what they were going to advance as policy. That's what they gave back to us on October 5th. So there already has been a round of public consultations that has taken place over the course of the past year.
Okay.
Perhaps I could just add one point. The province is not at this stage proposing specific legislative changes. This is a consultation document where they've asked a series of questions, some of them somewhat open-ended, and we've attempted to reflect Council's previous positions on OMB reform and to respond and raise some questions to ask the province to provide clarity with respect to some of their proposals. So there will be, following this consultation, the province will come forward, as they have with other matters, with proposed legislative changes that are concrete, and we'll also be reporting out on that at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Councillor Luciano.
No, just a comment. I'll wait for comments.
Sorry. My suggestion earlier was to send it to council without recommendations, but I would also at the same time send out a notice to each of my colleagues that it came here today, and we've sent it on without recommendations, and if they have any, please let us know of them for council. Because I don't think our colleagues have had a chance to decipher this either. So, I mean, we can do, the motion was to send it there, but I would also add to that, and I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, that send out of council and advise members of council that's being sent that way, and please bring any comments they may have to our attention at council.
Perhaps you could,
I can do it as
if there's people who wish to have a discussion about it in advance of council, perhaps you could facilitate that.
Okay, so what I can send off an email to all of our colleagues that says it was here, it came on the agenda this morning, that we're sending out recommendations. If they have any comments or concerns, please bring them to council, and if they'd like a discussion on the matter, please let us know, and we'll arrange for that with staff, because we can't arrange for a briefing with staff ahead of time if you want as well. If members of committee or others feel like that, we can arrange for time for you to have a briefing on it. No, that's the thing, let's read it. Okay, so I'll send it a note that way, and if there's an interest, we'll arrange a briefing as well before council. So I'll just leave the motion the way it is. And I'll just send out a notice. Any other speakers? So send it to council without recommendation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Without a recorded vote. But you have been, you have been on YouTube. The item that we have left is item number 8, section 37. And there was a motion that I had for that, to refer it to the chief planner. But there was there also there was a communication that I had distributed as well that I don't have a copy of myself. It says what we've done in the past. Yeah, I gave my copy away for photocopying. Questions of staff, Councillor DiCiano?
So the motion you're putting forward is the one on this, on your letterhead, Mr. Chair? The item be referred to the Chief Planner, Executive Director,
Yes.
City Planning, inclusion as part of the legislated annual financial statement. So I understand that we kind of already get a report on Section 37. So what parameters are we adding to the, what details will we add through this motion? Like I certainly welcome as much information as possible on Section 37. So what kind of direction are we going to give the Chief Planner to, does this motion provide, I guess, enough direction in terms of what the detail we want to see? I mean, average price per unit achieved, and there could be so many parameters added to a report in terms of the transparency of Section 37. So I'm just not sure if that's going to come, or we're briefed before the report comes. How would we move that forward to ensure that there's as much information in this new annual report that comes to us?
Where did the recommendations come from, Will? So planning made the recommendations for what's in front of you, so I'll let the chief planner answer what I was thinking.
Okay.
And Carrie von Bacchus will respond.
So Carrie, you can tell them what I was thinking when I wrote this letter that you drafted?
Through the chair, this is somewhat reflective of Councillor Holland's motion at council. And with Bill 73 that we had reported to committee on, there are new reporting requirements with respect to Section 37, which were not in existence before. So our annual report didn't address all the matters that are now outlined in Councillor Shiner's correspondence to committee.
Okay.
So we'll be reporting on all of these matters. And it's now a provincial requirement of all municipalities.
Okay, we can go beyond what in terms of what we're looking for, we can go beyond what the province is asking to report on, if we wanted to?
Through the chair, you certainly can, but in terms of what we report back to the province, it is what is contained in the chair's correspondence.
Right. So this direction would just allow us, would just instruct staff to report back on what's mandated by the province, not anything more?
And this will be somewhat new because there has never been a report that is this detailed as what is now being requested through Bill 73 of municipalities.
Okay, so then maybe I'll take it offline because it's the detail that I wanted to get more information on. So I'll take that offline then. Thanks.
Other members with questions? Just briefly then, Carrie, when are we going to see the first report come to committee?
It will really be September of 2017 because we've been working with our colleagues in corporate finance. So we need to have that amount of time to be able to pull together all the detailed information.
Okay. Councillor Campbell?
What would be the, what would you expect would be the outcome of the report in terms of benefits of information? What will it inform?
Through the chair, in the past, our annual report didn't go into the level of detail that now the province is requesting. And the change to the Planning Act is really reflective of comments that were received through the consultation on changes to the Planning Act, both in the development industry and the ratepayers and public at large.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is there someone to move the, what are we moving? My referral, so I moved that already. So all those in favor, opposed, carried. That's the last item that we have. That's correct. Thank you all for your attendance here. It is 2:35 and we have completed the agenda.